We'll start the YouTube stream. We are now being streamed on YouTube. Good morning. It's December 18th, the 10th day of the Joint Appropriations Committee hearings for the 21-22 supplemental budget. Representative Kinner.
Here in Sheridan.
Representative Larson.
Here.
Representative Olson.
Here.
Representative Schwartz.
Here.
Representative Summers.
Here.
Representative Walters.
Here.
Senator Agar.
Present.
Senator Guru.
Here.
Senator Hicks.
Muted.
He was here.
He's there. Outstanding in bags.
Senator Kinski.
Here.
Co-Chairman Bebout.
Here.
Chairman Nicholas.
Here.
Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Don. And once again, Don, let's just walk through the day real quick.
Mr. Chairman, the first item on your agenda is a callback of Agency 41, Fire Protection and Electrical Safety. They're in the waiting room along with their fiscal colleagues. In addition, or after that, you have 4 bill drafts that are up for consideration, starting off with LSO 63, which is the State Budget Department. LSO 357, which is agency fees. Excuse me. I think the number on that is incorrect. Agency fees is 268, excuse me. Local government distributions is LSO 357. And then state capital construction, and we did send out the formal draft 20 version 1.0, as well as the governor's request. There's also supplemental information for both the local government distribution as well as state capital construction for your consideration. After completing the bills, last item I believe you have on the agenda is round robin issues related to the supplemental budget.
Okay,
Mr. Co-Chair,
please.
we've got at least one agency that we would like to reopen up, and don't know when you would like to do that. After we do fire and electrical safety, before we start the bills, or after we start the bills, before CapCon, but we've got at least one agency we'd like to go back and revisit. I don't know about the House, but wanted to see if we could work that into the agenda someplace.
You bet. We'll grab it, please. I think we got one or two to do as well. Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. I'm going to be traveling this morning, so I will not be able to participate on those bills, but just for the record, I've left my proxy with Vice Chairman Hicks. And also, Mr. Chairman, I have nothing to add to the Red Robin, so will not be participating in that. Thank you very much.
Travel well. Okay, with that, let's go to electrical safety.
41.
And this is 41, is that right, Don?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. Mr. Reed has joined along with Ms. Morris. Mr. Reed, before proceeding, could you advise whether or not Mr. Mark Young or Nancy Deere is with you?
Mr. Young is available. He has the link, and so should be available for you to allow him in. And Justine Morris has joined us. You can see her on the screen now, I think.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman and committee, I was trying to figure out which way to approach this, and I would introduce once again the entire finance department for the Department of Fire Prevention Electrical Safety, Justine Morris, and I believe that Mark Young is somewhere within the meeting. We'll see if we can't get him on, and he is the deputy director. Because of your time constraints and I've been watching and understand the limitations we have today. I'll be very brief and just start in that Mr. Richards supplied me with three specific areas of concern that the committee has. And so if it's all right with you, Mr. Chairman, I would just start with those and then stand for questions.
That'd be perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The first question that I'd like to address was one that I believe Representative Walters referred to the other day, and that's a clarification on the savings and the transition of our licensing software. I provided to Mr. Richards this morning a copy of an old document that we supplied back January 8th of this year, which, as we all know, seems like an eternity ago now. And the document subject is report on historic costs and savings in electrical licensing software contracts. I don't know if Mr. Richards had an opportunity to share that yet, but you should have received that back in January. I'll refer to that as a continuing form of explanation, if that again would be appropriate, Mr. Chair.
Please.
Thank you, sir. The document that we've provided talks about the difficulties that this agency has had for over 15 years. Long waits, slow turnarounds on applications, and they were working on a hard copy or a paper-based system up until just a few years ago. You'll notice that we started off, the first failed attempt for the agency was Fire Prevention Electrical Safety System, also known as FAPESIS. That system failed, and they moved on to a system called Sapphire. Sapphire, again, was a failure with a development cost of approximately, and I'm going to round numbers off unless you want me to be very specific, but with an approximate cost for that program of $1.7 million. The program required constant work by IT specialists, had continuing costs, and again, never met the needs of the agency. To address that problem, this agency then went to a group called Salesforce. Salesforce was approached in 2015 and started development of a licensing software. By July of 2016, 1 year later, the program was still in development and costs were accumulating. Actual costs incurred at that time were $520,000 and a change. At this point, July is when I came to the agency. And so in July of 2016, I believe July 15th was the date, I became involved in these processes. At that point, it was very obvious that this agency was struggling with these issues. Within a very few weeks, and I don't have a specific list on this, but within a very few weeks, we had made decisions that this Salesforce program was going to not only not fill the needs of the agency, but was going to be remarkably expensive. And when you get the document, you'll see that the accumulating cost for Salesforce project had been approximately $1 million, with continuing costs and contracted agreements, with a 10% annual increase just factored in on their contract. Well, that was unacceptable to me as a director, and I thought to the state of Wyoming. And so at that point, very early on in the career, we canceled or began the cancellation process for for the Salesforce platform, and began to look for a platform that would work. The platform that was decided upon was one called Image Trend. We began to work with Image Trend late 2016, early 2017, and since that time have developed a very satisfactory platform. And I'm very happy to say that the total contract for Image Trend to get started was $299,800. And we now have a reoccurring maintenance support agreement with them, which with the numbers that I've been quoting you will be very surprising to you. An annual reoccurring cost of $31,600. A biennial cost, of course, of $63,200. And so this program now has met our needs. We are online with electrical licensing. We are online with permitting. We are now accepting plan review fees online, and have moved into with another program called Bluebeam, electronic plan review submission. And so with that, you can see that what we refer to as a biannual savings, I guess, should be a reduction in budget request, because we don't have an actual annual savings into the department, but we do have a reduction in what we have to request over the next biennium of approximately $985,000 per year. That's because of the decisions made back in 2016. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for questions on the maintenance part of the questions.
Questions? Don, any questions on how it needs to be presented or how we're moving forward with this? Okay. Vice Chair Hicks?
Yeah, Mike, could you what's the interactions that you've had with ETS on your hardware and software needs? Are you coordinating this and your maintenance agreement, and what's your relationship with ETS on your technology needs, and what have those discussions been in the last year?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, thank you for the question. We initially were, up until the 2017 kind of timeframe, we were heavily involved with ETS in the development of these programs. And we are still heavily involved with ETS when it comes to the hardware needs and the functioning of the equipment within the department. But beyond that, we subcontracted with an agency called Gannett Peak, and we had Gannett Peak assisting us in the development of this software. And that Gannett Peak contract comes to an end at the end of this year. And so I would say that we have a good relationship with ETS on this, but we have not been real active recently with them on the Image Trend program, but they have been there to help us when we needed it, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you, Mike.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mike, please proceed. Next issue.
The next question that I received was that there is a concern that the offset in fees are not sustainable over the multiple years without rate increases. And Mr. Chair, I would refer to the white page that was provided to the committee, and I would say that I agree with the statement that that the use of our special revenue fund for the long term would not be something that we would be able to accomplish without fees and possibly even with fee increases. What we were attempting or are attempting to do with the budget that we presented to the governor is to alleviate the burden on the general fund as it is now. And one of the tools that we have, or the abilities that we have, is the ability to utilize the special revenue fund for the electrical department. One of the questions about how do we justify the way that we've approached the cuts versus how other agencies have approached the cuts. I've given that a lot of thought, and I think each agency has its own abilities. Some agencies have part-time positions, some have seasonal positions, some have positions that are grant driven, or they have access to federal funds and so on. Our agency does not have those abilities. Our agency is very specific in our statutory requirements, and we only have the ability to get these fees, move them into special revenue funds, and then move forward, utilizing the statutorily allowed systems. And so what we were attempting to do was to utilize that source of revenue, I guess is the best term, to offset what we obviously hope is a 4 to 6 year or a 3 biennium, let's say, devastating economic downturn. And so we feel comfortable for 2 biennium with it, but would also urge, as Mr. Chair, you mentioned the other day, a look at our fee schedule, which hasn't been increased since 2005, because we, as a budgetary constraint, we did not have to do that. And so we were able to offer the life safety approaches without that. But now with the conditions and the situation we're in, we would encourage that.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, a little closer.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Depends on the day whether I have audio. So, Director Reed, and be short with your answer.
Yes,
do you have authority to I can't remember now. Do you have authority to raise the fees? Do we need to bring that in our fee bill and raise your fees? Because you need to get this done sooner rather than later. So what do we need to do? Let's just get down to the brass tacks of it.
Mr. Chair, Representative Summers, yes, we would need a change in the statute. The specific statute is 35-9-120, and that places limitations on the maximum fees we can charge. And so yes, sir, we would need that statutory change.
So, Director, what we would like you to do is we will pull the statute, we will revise it. Do you have a recommendation on any particular language you would like in the revisions? And if not, we'll have LSO work with you in order to do that. And then we'll just take that bill up and we'll have that bill ready to go when and if we meet this spring.
Mr. Chair, thank you. And we do have a specific percentage increase, and the white paper addresses that at a low level. But I will get with Don and we'll make that happen, sir.
All right, Don and committee, is that all right? We'll take that bill up. And Representative Larson?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I hurried and opened that up, and it just spells out each of those things that he has in his white paper with an attached amount. So just for the committee's benefit.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, a question to Don. Can we just do this in our fee bill?
Mr. Chairman, you are scheduled to mark up the fee bill. I think that would be an appropriate place. I would defer to the two attorneys that are online if they disagree with me, but it seems like an appropriate place. The statute that he lists actually lists out dollar figure amounts that correspond with his white paper. So it's a pretty direct increase.
So what I'd like to do is maybe, if possible, put a little flexibility in it as opposed to just a set amount. Just, that would make more sense if we can. If it's too complicated, then let's just go with the amounts he's requesting to get out of the gate. So whatever's easiest and most efficient for today. Okay. So we'll look forward to that draft and we'll try to incorporate it into the fee bill today.
Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Hicks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And Mike, a couple of questions that I have when I did a little deeper investigation into your budget. And when I looked at page 6, you went through the whole image trend and you talked about it's much more efficient, cost efficient, programs working a lot better. I think you say recently the new, much more cost efficient program was found with the design team for image trend. And then when I go into your budget, I see that you've moved 3 positions out of fire, electrical safety and the administration, and moved those into from 301 to 305. But the real question I come back to is if we have a significant improvement in cost efficiency, and that this is a much better product, now we're moving more people into this division out of administration. Why are we not looking at a reduction in force associated with improved efficiencies?
Mr. Chair and Vice Chair Hicks, we actually have increased efficiency, but as you know, whenever you have a change in this licensing, we now are developing data, which we never had prior to this. We are actually working directly with NIFRS, the National Fire Reporting System. I mean, so there are so many things, and we have had reductions in those areas. But to get more into the specifics on that, I would ask if my finance person, Justine Morris, could refer to some of those reductions and how we've done that.
And Mr. Chairman, before we go there, why would the move of 3 people from one division to another? What's the justification and rationale for that?
Mr. Chair, I think that what you're seeing is where we moved 3 positions from the general fund budget into the special revenue budget and not from one division into another division.
Okay, well, it just shows those going from 301 to 305, and it may just be an accounting procedure in that area. So,
Mr. Chair, I see Justine shaking her head. Yes, I believe Senator Hicks that is correct. It's simply a funding stream change.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead, Justine. You're muted. You have it okay?
Now I moved. There we go. Yeah, Senator Hicks was correct. It's within the same division. It's just an accounting stream difference.
Okay, so that answers that question.
Yep.
Mr.
All
Chairman.
right. Representative Larson.
Yeah, thank you. Director Reed, you give us the reference, and I referred to it and then looked at it a little closer of 35.9.120. Are you sure that's not 35.9.129? The 120 is your inspection fees. And 129 looks to be and I just want to make sure that I'm right on that as we consider. 129 talks about your contractor's license, low voltage electrical contractor's license. And
Mr. Chair, Representative Larson, You're correct. Those are the licensing fees, but there is under the other, under 120 A through F, there is a discussion concerning wiring permit fees. And the wiring permit fees are the ones that are specifically out of whack with what would be regional rates that we listed there. Our licensing permit fees are fairly close, but we would, I was thinking that we could include some movement in that to give the electrical board a little more latitude on the charges for those also.
Thank you. Thanks for the clarification.
And so, Director, by giving them more leeway, do you want to create a span, or do you want us to raise them each by $5? What, I mean, are they specific numbers? What's your suggestion?
Mr. Chairman, my suggestion, and we would include this in the discussion with Don for your consideration, but it would be that we simply, under that area, under the electrical licensing section, it gives the electrical board the ability within certain parameters to establish those license fees. And so what we would ask is that we just increase the upper level of those. We were considering a 30% increase on that, and then to depend on the electrical board to keep us current on it.
Okay, you got that, Don?
Mr. Chairman, anticipating that the committee may take this up in an hour or two, a couple of clarifications. Number one, the statute does provide some flexibility. It says the fees established by the department shall not exceed the following. So it's a cap on the fees, which provides them some flexibility. Number two, just for clarification, the white paper submitted to us suggests the electrical permit fee recommendation is approve a 125% increase in wire permit fees. Just for clarification, you mentioned 30% just previously in your testimony. Do you actually mean 30, 25, or 125% increase?
Yeah, it sounds like it's one. They're probably the same thing. It's just how you characterize it.
Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Go ahead.
What I was doing is I was discussing the two separate statutes. We would have a 30% increase on 35.9.129, and we would have the 125% increase on 35.9.120.
Okay, Don. All right. Anything else?
Mr. Chair, looking at the final question that I was given, I think I covered that when I mentioned the percentage reductions
Yeah,
earlier.
I think so.
Yes, sir. And so at this point, if it's appropriate, I would stand for any other questions that you or the committee may have.
Further questions for the director? All right. Well, Mike, thanks a lot. Thanks for coming back. Thanks for clearing this up with us. We'll look forward to brighter days ahead and no COVID-free meetings.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And thank you to the committee for the opportunity to be here today. It meant a lot to us.
You bet. All right. Okay, Don, let's turn over to the first bill. I think that is 631. Is that right? What is it?
Mr. Chairman, I believe the first bill for your consideration is 21 LSO 0063 Working Draft 0.4 of the State Budget Department, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Reveley for explanation.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, that's right, it's 21 LSO 0063. You should have 0.4 in front of you. And this wasn't first on the agenda, but you wanted to rework it and work this bill first. And this bill relates to one passed last session. That was Senate File 114, created the State Budget Department. It transferred the budget division within the Department of A&I into the newly created Department directly reportable to the governor. And the state budget department plan for reorganization was approved by the governor and reviewed by this committee in October. At that meeting, the JAC requested legislation, as it was directed to in the bill, to clean up the Wyoming statutes and any other steps necessary to implement that reorganization. This is a 65-page bill of mostly statutory cleanup. That's necessary to rename the budget division to the budget department and segregate all of those duties with A&I and the budget department and clean up all of the references in between. There's also some introductory language that helps facilitate this reorganization plan. I'm not going to focus on all the technical numbers and renaming in the bill draft, but I do want to explain how this is going to be reorganized and the reasons why, and then a couple substantive provisions that are in staff comments. As background, this language in Article 10, Chapter 2, Title 9, dates back to 1971 when the Department of Administration and Fiscal Control was created. Article 10 currently has all the statutes related to the budget division, now the department, B11s, federal funds, the payment of warrants, how budgets are prepared, printed, and submitted to you, budget shortfall measures, etc. But it's also got A&I's other divisions for procurement, leasing, contracts, the state librarian, and the public finance and expenditure website. So right now those laws are all married together and created in Article 10. This bill would divorce all those duties related to the budget department and A&I and create separate articles so each of their duties and their obligations are clear when you go to the green books and flip them open. But what was done after looking at several options was to take all of A&I's statutes and renumber them into a Chapter 32. And this means that all the budget numbers and statutes that you're used to working with would keep their same number. And the rationale to do this, rather than the opposite, which might have made more sense, is that there's just a sheer volume of references in Wyoming statutes and in decades of budget bills and decades of appropriation sections of legislations and state forms and processes. They all reference these 921003 through 921014 numbers. Also considered the origins of the predecessor agency and the history there, and then looked at A&I statutes and how many have been repealed and renumbered throughout the years, and thought it would benefit from concise reorganization anyway. This renumbering does not affect the underlying law, but of course it's an administrative inconvenience at least that'll be impactful to A&I relating to their contracting and procurement. That's kind of the rationale. I'll point out the substance in the bill now if you're ready to walk through it. So page 1 is the title section. You can see it approves the implementation plan. It specifies duties of the department, conforms provisions. It recreates, renumbers, and amends statutes for the Department of Administration and Information. It repeals conflicting provisions, and it directs the LSO to correct some statutory references that are internal. Section 1 is some of that introductory language that helps facilitate the plan. It says that the legislature is affirmatively approving the reorganization plan, and that all things within the budget division are transferred from the Department of A&I to the budget department. It's a type 1 transfer. That all positions, personnel, appropriations, property, equipment, and authority in the agencies and programs are transferred. And that this transfer doesn't affect the validity of rules, regulations, contracts, or agreements or other obligations of agencies or programs. It's going to take a while for new rules to be promulgated as they're needed and new forms to be created. And this just clarifies that changing the name of that department and transferring it didn't change the underlying law or obligations or authorities there. We also have on page 3 a little bit of cover for the Department of Administration and Information, which is being renumbered in the bill, and that this renumbering and recreation of some statutes does not affect the validity of rules, regulations, contracts, agreements, and other obligations that are renumbered by the Act. Now, that's just the non-codified introductory language. Section 2 becomes the create section. In segregating these duties, there's between A&I and the budget division, there's some provisions that applied to both agencies. And so we needed to recreate a few new sections here and there. We create the budget department in a 921001.1 and recreate some definitions and other provisions in 921003.1. These duties on page 4 are recreated from existing law. This was Senate File 114 that was created last year that points out the duties of the Department of the State Budget Department and the Director. It
Mr.
also,
Go ahead.
we have a question?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, thanks. Tamara, I think you were about to say it. So this is a recreation of existing law. And was this existing law we created last year or old law?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this was recreated from last year, from the Senate file that passed last year. These are the duties. We're giving them a permanent home. It was within the reorganization area of law. We're going to give them a permanent home here within the new state budget department's provision.
And Mr. Chairman, just to follow up, when you get to page 5 and it'll start on line 4, just talk about that language when you get to page 5, that sentence.
Perfect, Mr. Chairman. Representative Summers, the bottom of page 4 through page 5 is the recreation of an existing subsection that applies to all of A&I and all of the budget provisions currently. And so this is a pretty important subsection. We want it to continue to apply to both agencies, or at least I assume that that would be the desire, because it goes to the separation of powers issues of the legislative branch and the judiciary branch and the executive branch. And it just clarifies that this act, and now this act relates to the state budgetary provisions, shall be construed to provide the governor through the department with a more coordinated, responsive system of management of the executive branch of state government, and to preserve and protect the separation of powers mandated by Article 2, Section 1 of the Constitution. It allows the legislature and the judiciary to cooperate with the state budget department and utilize the services and assistance of them. But those procedures affecting the administration of the legislature will of course be determined by the legislature and the management council, and the procedures affecting the administration of the judiciary will continue to be determined by the judges for their respective courts, and they would not be bound by either rules. Neither branch would be bound by rules of the state budget department. This is recreation verbatim of existing law, just to make sure it stays with A&I statutes on contracting and procurement, and that it stays with the state budget departments on how budgets are created and developed and submitted.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Tamara, I go back, and I know it's existing law now, but I go back to that line, and it doesn't, I interpret this differently than what you said. It says the legislature and the judiciary shall cooperate. It doesn't say may cooperate. I always worry when you say shall cooperate, what is the level of that? In the legalese, what does that mean?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, thank you for correcting that. You're right. It is a shall there. And I don't know if I can comment on what was intended with the legislation or how this would ever be required to mandate cooperation in any way. I think that I interpret it to be more permissive of allowing processes and procedures to be borrowed that are such as budget development of budget books and that kind of thing to be utilized for the judicial branch and not need to be recreated for each agency to achieve those efficiencies that's talked about, the coordinated responsive system of management that's talked about. But it's certainly up to you all if you like this language or if you want to amend it as you look at it again.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I never liked shalls on the legislative side. I mean, I think it should be the state budget department shall cooperate with us. Not that we shall cooperate with them necessarily, but I'm not a lawyer, so.
So the problem, we got two different problems. One is that we're just reaffirming other language and we're carrying it over. So it's consistent with other similar language, but as a practical matter, I agree with you. I mean, some of the language is goofy. So the question is, how do we want to wordsmith it today, or we want to wordsmith it later?
Well, I'll continue on, Mr. Chairman. I will note that this language now, if this bill is enacted into law, would exist in two places. It would exist related to the Department of A&I and to the State Budget Department. So we're only renumbering the latter. We could bring it in and amend it to make it consistent as well. The staff comment, if you'd like me to continue.
Please.
Bottom of page 5 just tells you how the new numbers for A&I will read. They'll be within 9-2-3201 through 9-2-3221. And page 6 creates some provisions that are necessary for A&I, their new article title, and some definitions that we left with the State Budget Department. These are definitions that were used by both A&I and the State Budget Division. Just general definitions. The real technical aspects of the bill begin on section 4. These, really the next almost 60 pages are used to rename the budget division as the State Budget Department. So you'll see that stricken in a lot of places, and clarify the segregation of duties. This clarification of duties is taken directly from the State Budget Department's reorganization plan. So through that plan, they were able to tell us what they wanted to continue A&I to be doing and what they wanted to take over doing. And that's simply a recitation of how they envisioned the segregation of duties would work. Then it's also to correct references to A&I statutes that are renumbered and correct references to State Budget Division statutes that are impacted. I'm not going to walk through all of the numbering changes, but I think there's 3 staff comments I'll mention. The first one is on page 9. It relates to that provision Representative Summers just brought to your attention and the Judicial Department. In recreating that section, we realized there was a conflict of law, or could be interpreted a conflict of law. Right now, 52123 says that the Supreme Court shall prepare all personal services budget requests using the same methods and practices as the executive branch. But the provision we just talked about said that the courts shall ultimately have control over how they submit their budgets. And this just clarifies that subject to that 92100.3.1b, which is that provision, the Supreme Court shall use the same processes and practices. And I just wanted to bring that to your attention because everything else in this bill is so technical. This is a little bit of a substantive call and how to interpret that conflict, but I think that's how it would be interpreted and under the Wyoming Constitution. The next change is on page 16. When the JAC was considering the reorganization plan back in October, they asked that this committee directed the bill draft to include a provision that the new State Budget Department report to the Joint Appropriations Committee. And so the language on page 16, lines 1-4 says, appear before the Joint Appropriations Committee as requested by the committee and provide information on the budgetary and financial affairs of the state. Which I think they already do, but this just clarifies that this is a duty of the State Budget Department. Then our next substantive or change I want to bring to your attention is on page 23. On page 24, on page 25. This is a provision that governs agency budget requests and how they're submitted. And with the agency's budget requests is to be submitted a written comprehensive report of the program's objective, activities, and condition covering the previous fiscal period. You see those in your budget books all the time. The way that the State Budget Department's reorganization plan that I understood it, interpreted it to segregate these duties, is to have A&I continue to have a role in how those plans look and what should be contained in them or those reports. And I wasn't sure if that was an oversight or if that's how they thought it would be best, or if they wanted that to be the state budget department. So I just brought that to the attention of whether that was correct. We
Mr.
want to
Chairman.
have A&I continue to, I see we have Mr. Hibbert on the video.
Really quick, we have a good relationship with the state library on building the compendium. So we want to maintain that relationship between us and them.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think that sounds like that can be left the same. The remainder of the bill through page 64 is technical changes. Then section 5 on page 64 is the comprehensive renumbering of A&I's statutes. On page 65, section 6 is a repeal of 2 statutes that would no longer be needed. The first, 921002DI, is a reference to the state budget division being under the Department of Administration and Information. And the second is a repeal of the original state budget division duties that's recreated in section 1, giving that the permanent home. Section 7 is a little bit of cover and direction to LSO to check for internal references. Where we could renumber statutes, I simply did. And there's going to be some internal references within the 4 statutes pointed out there on page 65, lines 13 through 15, that those numbers will need to be submitted to the publisher correctly. And finally, the act is effective immediately, simply because that was mentioned in the reorganization plan. I don't know that the renumbering of statutes needs to be effective immediately. It certainly could be effective July 1st, 2019. And if you chose to do that, we could have a split effective date and go ahead and have the section 1 that kind of approves the transfer and provides some introductory language effective sooner. And Mr. Chairman, I think that's the bill. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Mr. Vice Chair, sir.
All right, committee, any questions for Tamara? Do we have any proposed amendments to the bill?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know that the bill has been even moved or public comment or anything.
Yeah, that's right. I'm still going through the bill as we go through it. So do we have a motion to move the bill? Moved. Do a second. Seconded by Representative Schwartz. Discussion, committee.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, I'll probably bring the shall to may amendment. I don't know what the repercussions are like are of that, but I don't like that shall, so we can debate that at the time. But I don't know if we have any comment from Kevin or public comment that we should work on. Or...
Just one thing to consider, and I share your concern, Representative Summer. I think it's always ironic that you shall cooperate. By the very nature of those 2 words are in the English language are diametrically opposed to each other. So technically, I think the way to frame it up, it would just say that we should cooperate. Doesn't say shall or may. But that's just my own observations based on the meaning of the English language. But with that, I do think there was another suggestion out there. Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I have a question for Mr. Hibbert. There will be those individuals and groups that will come forward and argue against this bill, suggesting that it is an expansion of government, taking a division and making a department out of it. Mr. Hibbert, how would you respond to that comment?
Mr. Chairman, that's a really good question. And I am thankful that the committee has asked me questions of this nature and pointed me in the direction on some of the times when I used verbiage, and I had the opportunity to empower that, because in the statute itself, the reorganization statute, it says that this shall not create an expansion of government, it shall not add to the budget. So in full reality, the B11, once the reorganization plan was approved by the governor, transferred the exact amount of money in the budget division to the state budget department, not a difference at all. So it's not an expansion of government. And also on the case of may or shall, I shall work with the Joint Appropriations Committee. I'm looking forward to that opportunity. Just like last summer, I benefited from letters that the Joint Appropriations Committee drafted, delivered to me in the governor's office on how you'd like us to proceed. And we did, we listened to those instructions and we made certain that our tables were correct. So we were efficient in doing that. So in that aspect of the relationship between the Joint Appropriations Committee and developing the future, the Chapter 17 reports, getting the object classes funded, all those things that we're collaborating with in all reality gives better information that is going to make us all more efficient, the agencies, the Joint Appropriations Committee, the deliberations of the legislature, et cetera. So that is a quick summation of how I would respond to the question that this is a growth in government, because it simply is not.
So Kevin, the second part of that question that comes out, if it's not a growth of government, does it expand the scope and responsibilities of government? That's the second part of the equation. So what would you say to that question, that we've expanded the authority of government, even though it doesn't cost anymore?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's a good question. In the reorganization plan that was submitted and in the legislation that's in front of you now, only the existing responsibilities were transferred. There is no additional responsibilities. We were very careful to make certain that we were just discussing what we were doing and what we are going to do. And we did not increase that one iota.
Okay, so the logical follow-up to those two questions would be, if it doesn't cost anymore and we haven't expanded the scope or the jurisdiction of government, what was the purpose of doing this then?
Mr. Chairman, I could give you a laundry list of items, but I will give you the one most important, and I have anticipated this question, and that is that we knew that we were having revenue issues when we worked the budget last year, and we spoke to that. We knew that we're going to go into 23 and 24, we're going to have reductions. And we'd had no idea that we were going to be in this COVID disaster. I mean, this has been just, well, I'm speaking to the choir. This has been very, very, very complicated and difficult. In that vein, having the director of the budget department on the same footing with the agencies helped us be more efficient and helped us get to the point and even have the tables in the budgets proper with all the agencies more efficient and more effective. Me being on the same footing with directors allowed me the ability to influence a positive, more efficient outcome. That would be the one item I would relate to you on that.
And would you include in there that it makes the government more responsive in a timely fashion based on our experience this last year, Kevin?
Mr. Chairman, absolutely. What we accomplished together with the letters from the Joint Appropriations Committee, with all the work that we've done, we have been very responsive to the worst catastrophe in the revenue of the state of Wyoming, and the largest cut, the largest single movement of funds in one period of time ever.
So Representative Simpson, does that answer your question?
It does, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Committee, any additional questions related to the bill draft? Any comments, or do we want to do any amendments?
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Representative Summers.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to do an amendment, but I'll go once again. Do we want to see if there's, there's probably no public out there, but I think we should ask if there's any public comment on this bill.
Don, do we have anybody in the wings that would like to comment on this bill before we?
Find it.
Mr. Chairman,
We need to get that too.
no one has signed up for public comment on this piece of legislation.
All right, so no public, nobody signed up for public comment. Public comment period closed. Committee, let's work the bill. Representative Summers, you have a proposed amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I do, and it's a little complicated, but Mr. Chairman, if we go to page 5, line 4, and Mr. Chairman, I want to rewrite the kind of the next 2 lines to say this: the department shall cooperate with the legislature and the judiciary, and the legislature and judiciary may utilize the services and assistance of the department to achieve economy and continue on. That's my proposed amendment.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? No discussion? Call for the question. All those in favor of Representative Swartz? Oh, he's just overly anxious this morning to vote on. All those in favor of Representative Summers' motion, raise your hand. Those opposed, same sign. Amendment passes. Committee, any other amendments on the bill? Tamara.
Mr. Chairman, would you like this to include a conforming change to the existing statute related, as it will be renumbered and related to the Department of Administration and Information?
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, if we need a conforming amendment to be consistent, do we need is this same language in the ANIs?
Mr. Chairman, that's how it will read if this bill is enacted. It'll apply to both departments and it'll be in both articles. And so you would have one that would read the way you just proposed it and the other that would read as you see it in front of you.
Mr. Co-Chair, I don't think we need that now. We're just complicated things up.
Any other discussion on that item? Does it create a conflict, Tamara? In other words, could it be construed as competing language the way it, if we don't make the conforming change?
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe it's competing because it relates to each department. So this will be permissive language relating to the budget department, and the other language will be permissive or mandatory, the shall, relating to the Department of Administration and Information.
All right. Committee, any other discussion? No more discussion. Call for the question on the bill. All those in favor, raise your, or no, we need to do a roll call, don't we?
Mr. Chairman, yes. The motion is on 0063, working draft 0.4, State Budget Department as amended. Representative Kinner.
Aye.
Representative Larson.
Aye.
Representative Olson.
Aye.
Representative Schwartz.
Aye.
Representative Summers.
Aye.
Representative Walters.
Aye.
Senator Agar.
Aye.
Senator Guru.
Aye.
Senator Kinski.
Aye.
Senator Bebout by proxy.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Nicholas.
Aye.
Acting Chairman Hicks.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the bill has been adopted. Would you like this as Senate file or a House bill?
We can do a Senate file. All right, Mr. Co-Chairman, you're the co-chair back.
All right, thank you.
I'm passing the gavel.
Okay, let's see if I can stay in my seat. Okay, Don, next bill.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the next piece of legislation for your consideration is 21 LSO 0357, working draft 0.3. This is the local government distribution revisions. Unfortunately, the drafter is staffing the Joint Revenue Committee, so I will present the bill on his behalf. This legislation comes to you as part of the governor's recommendation found in the Office of State Lands and Investment, which reduces a prior appropriation of $105 million direct distribution to local governments to $94.5 million, or a $10.5 million reduction. Page 1 simply sets out the introduction and the long title. The substance of the bill appears on page 2, section 1, where you will see a reduction of the $105 million appropriation to $94.5 million, consistent with the governor's recommendations. Then on lines 8 through 14, there is a revision to the annual distribution. Since the first fiscal year 21, is already commenced, the amount distributed would be $52.5 million. In other words, 1/2 of the original $105 million appropriation. The reduction would appear entirely in fiscal year, the second fiscal year of the biennium, as noted on line 13, fiscal year 2022. This language requires conforming changes for both the city and county distribution. The city's conforming language appears at the bottom of page 2, where 1/2 is struck, and rather it is referenced to section 1, subsection A, the distribution of 52.5 and $42 million. The same conforming language appears on page 3, subsection C, lines 10 through 17. The ultimate impact of this language is a 20% reduction in one fiscal year 2022. Page 4 is simply the effective date. In addition, Mr. Chairman, we have posted on the website, as well as emailed all of you, the distributions by payment for all counties and cities and towns under the current $105 million appropriation, as well as under the revised 20% lower distribution. It does not work out to be 20% exactly for every municipality or county, because the formula provides a base amount to all local governments prior to the distribution of the balance of the pot. So you will see some variation from the 20% reduction. Typically, smaller communities will receive a lower percentage reduction than larger communities. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for questions, and Carson Lamb, who prepared the fiscal analysis, is available for any specific questions on the numbers.
Okay, Carson, go ahead.
Good morning, committee. Carson Lamb with the Legislative Service Office. Mr. Chairman, I am just here to answer any questions that you may have regarding the handout of the distributions. As you'll see on pages 1 through 3, it is essentially just a breakdown of those fiscal year 2022 just distributions between municipalities and counties. Pages 4 through 6 show a comparison of the fiscal year 21 distribution under
Thank you.
the prior legislation, and then compared to the fiscal year 2022 distribution that would result from this reduction as well.
Questions, Carson? Representative Walters.
Question, I think, more for Mr. Richards, and that is, if we pass this bill, then do we need to go back to OSLI and deny the governor's rec in that section of the budget bill per our discussion earlier in the week?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, I think some additional action on the governor's rec would be appropriate. For example, you could deny it, or you could adopt it consistent with your action on 357.
So committee, is there any interest in amending this to make the impact more of 10% or 15% versus 20? That's my questions before we move on. Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I'm sitting here running numbers that if we changed it to a 5% reduction, which would, I got to get back to the bill, but then it would be essentially a 10% reduction in fiscal year 22 instead of a 20% reduction. I mean, I would prefer not to do it at all because I like to protect local governments, but recognizing the needs we have in the state, I think that would be more equitable.
So is that in the form of a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would move to amend this to change on page 2.
Has there been a motion on the bill?
No.
Let's
Let's
move
move
the
the bill.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I move the bill.
Move the bill, seconded by Representative Walters. Any motions on the bill?
Mr. Chairman. Now I got to get back to it. Thank you. On page 2, in section 1, line 6, change 94,500,000 to, I didn't run that number. It would be 99,750 maybe, is that correct?
Yeah.
And then on line 10, it'd be on line 12, that would change to 47,250,000.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Grew. Discussion.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I support this amendment. I'm going to vote against the bill. This is LISRA money. This is not general fund money. We made a decision last year to give 105. I think the needs are now more. So we already knew what our impact we were doing on the LISRA. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm in favor of this amendment, but I'm against this bill.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that we may want to consider voting this amendment down, and let me provide the rationale. And I understand this is not general fund money, but this is the rainy day account that backstops everything. And I think this committee has seen there's actually almost as many backstops as there is, from the school foundation program to the Hathaway scholarships to all the other guarantees that we've made out of this. So there's a tremendous amount of obligations and future obligations that we put on the LSRA. And so the real policy decision that we need to make before us today is how long do you want this account to last? So we may very well be able to defeat or adopt this motion and defeat the bill. But what that effectively does is reduces our ability to continue to provide local government support further out into the future. So it's strictly a policy choice. Do you want to be able to provide local government distributions given the rate of burn? We just looked at the white rod. You get out 3 years, folks. We're $500 million into this account. And then we all know what that happens to the school foundation program. Looking at a 20-30% reduction. So not that I don't think that we have an obligation to help support local governments, but I think you got to look at this in light of the long game versus the short game. And for that reason, Mr. Co-Chairman, I would suggest that we would defeat the amendment and pass the bill. Thank you.
Senator Kinski.
Mr. Chairman, it's axiomatic in a crisis like this that everybody has to give a little bit. And we've spent now 9 days. We've gone through agencies. We've seen need. There's plenty of need. What we're lacking is the money. And I think local governments have to take their piece of this and share the pain along with everybody else. There's just not an easy way out of this kind of crisis. There's one other thing about this funding that I think it's important. This was from the get-go, one-time money. I mean, my predecessor, John Schiffer, when I was mayor in Sheridan, made clear to me that this money from the legislature was one-time money. He said, do not incorporate it into your operating budget because someday it's going to go away. He said, you've got plenty of other operating streams. You get your share of sales tax, you get your share of property tax, you get your share of cigarette taxes, other taxes. He said, that's what you live on. This money is a bonus. Don't live on your bonus because you don't know if you're going to get it again. And I hope that local governments have taken that to heart. And, so to the extent that they've used it as project money, and we'll have to start looking at the cap tax and maybe that 8th penny that was authorized in the last session of the legislature. My long-term clerk treasurer told me the same thing when he was explaining our finances. We came across that local distribution line. He said, it's one-time money. We always treated it as one-time money. And I think, I believe, I hope that that's true of most, if not all, of the local governments. And so here we are in a crisis. I just don't know how we give somebody a pass other than K-12 so far of being exempt from any kind of hardship. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In response to that, part of the problem is this is not the only cut that local governments will be taking that we have created in reduction of the budget. I'll just pick one that comes to mind. In the Department of Revenue, they removed all the computers that would go to county assessors' offices. And the director stated quite clearly, this was an expense that the assessor's office can pick up. And that's true, they can, but it is one more cost to local government. And I think if you go page by page through the budget, there are repeated places where we have all put other burdens on local government. I'm not saying they shouldn't take a cut. I just think that what is essentially a 20% cut in fiscal year 22 is more than they can handle when their other revenue streams are, in many cases, reduced at a higher percentage than the states. So I stand by the motion and support it. And then I would love not to reduce anything, but I will vote for the amended bill as well.
Further discussion? Seeing none. Representative Simpson.
Mr. Chairman, even though I don't get a chance to vote on this, I fully support Representative Swartz's amendment. Our local governments are really is where the rubber meets the road. That's the benefit that we really receive by our citizens. They need to take a cut. I'm totally aware of that. And I think 10% going forward is reasonable, but this first year needs to be softened a little bit because of their expenses. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
One of my colleagues has asked for a breakout session, caucus opportunity.
You bet. We'll do so. Karen?
You know, the house guys just play pinochle when we're out. It takes them longer.
Sir, I would know that you are still on YouTube.
Thank you. Well, maybe I'll run down and grab a cup of coffee while we're waiting for them to come back, huh?
I think you have time to do that.
I'll switch over to the phone audio.
Okay, we're back.
Bob,
like-
you're the chairman.
Yeah, it looks like we're waiting on Senator Kinski. Since
Yeah,
we're in a voting mode, so
he
He'll
should
be
be with us very shortly.
Yes, very shortly.
Don, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just while you're waiting, I wanted to advise the committee there is no public comment signed up on this legislation.
Thank you. So while we're waiting, part of the discussion that we had in our breakout was that part of the problem that we're faced with this Gov's rec is because the governor really doesn't have the authority to direct monies from a separate legislative bill. And
Correct.
so whatever action we do, I think we need to address that issue, depending on what, on how we vote on this. So, and ultimately that would be denying the Gov's rec.
So, Mr. Co-Chair, is it after we dispense with the bill, is it going to be your directive we go right back to that action in the governor's budget, or just put
Yes.
it on the calendar when we do the other callbacks or come back
No.
to the agents?
We'll just go right back to it.
Makes sense to me.
Okay. All right, we're back on the bill and then on the amendment. Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All in favor of the amendment, raise their hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's only one vote on the Senate side. Of course, the amendment passes, but now we're back on the bill. So any further discussion on the bill? All those in favor of the bill, raise their hand.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's a roll call, right, on the bill?
Yeah, roll call.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Chairman, the vote is on 21 LSO 0357, working draft 0.3, local government distribution revisions as amended. Representative Kinner.
Aye.
Representative Larson.
Aye.
Representative Olson.
Aye.
Representative Schwartz.
Aye.
Representative Summers.
Aye.
Representative Walters.
Aye.
Senator Agar.
Aye.
Senator Guru.
Aye.
Senator Kinski.
Aye.
Senator Bebout by proxy.
Aye.
Vice Chair Hicks.
Aye.
Chairman Nicholas.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the bill has been adopted. Would you like this a House bill or a Senate file?
House is fine. Now, with that, we have a motion on the governor's rec.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to deny the governor's rec.
Seconded by Representative Walters. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye, or raise your hand. All those opposed? That motion carries. Don, next bill.
Mr. Chairman, the next piece of legislation for your consideration is 21 LSO 0268, agency fee revisions. And for a walkthrough of the bill, I will turn it over to Ms. Mumford.
Okay, Anna, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee members were asked to work with their assigned agencies to identify fee changes. This bill draft modifies fees for 4 different agencies. They are the Department of Corrections, the Department of Health, the Department of Family Services, and the Department of Environmental Quality. So I thought I would take the committee quickly through the bill to identify the different agencies and what fees that were changed for those agencies, and then open it up for some questions. So starting with page 2, these are the fee changes for the Department of Corrections. This creates fees for probationers, parolees, and persons committed to the department or who are supervised by the department. The department may reduce or waive fees if there is a significant financial hardship. And the fees created are, you can see that in paragraph 1 at the bottom of page 2, a supervisory fee of not less than $25 per month and not more than $300 per year. Moving to page 3, paragraph 2, a drug screening fee of not less than $10 per month.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz had his hand up.
Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Mumford, I'm just curious on the piece on page 2 where it says that they may be waived. Are there any standards in other statutes that describe what the qualifications are that let those fees be waived?
Mr. Chairman, that was a suggestion of the Department of Corrections. I'm not sure if they're on. The only standard that I can see is within that subsection itself is that the significant financial hardship, which I believe the department would be the one making that decision.
Thank you.
You are in the meeting now.
So part of the problem with that, with regards to the Department of Corrections, is that if they have fees that an indigent person can't pay, constitutionally they can't enforce it. And so, but the question is, does it apply just to them? And do we provide that special language for them? That's just my commentary. Please proceed, Anna.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That last fee that's created for the Department of Correction is on page 3, paragraph 3, and that's related to transferring supervision, and that would be set at not less than $100. Moving to page 4, this is the change to the fees for the Department of Family Services, and it modifies the Child Protection Central Registry fee from $10 to an amount determined by rule of the department. And the department is here for public comment to present a conforming change to the adult central registry fee. Turning to page 5, this starts the fees related to the Department of Health. On page 6, it increases licensing fees that were originally found in rule, and that's for 19 healthcare facilities. I wasn't going to go through each one right now during this initial walkthrough, but you can see those in the paragraphs, and that goes all the way through page 9, and that increases all the fees. And then on page 9, that new subsection H increases the fee if a healthcare facility needs a revised license to $250. The next fee changes relate to the Department of Environmental Quality. If you turn to page 11, this puts in statutes fees related to air quality new source revenue fees, and that's for an application for a permit, review and acting on a permit, and relocation. Page 12 increases an application fee for a mining permit to $200.
Page 13, line 10, changes the fee for a license to mine to $150.
I stepped what?
And then lastly, on page 14, this increases at the top of the page a license fee for mineral exploration to $250. On line 7, this relates to storage tanks and increases the installation or modification fee to $500. And lastly, at the bottom of the page, it removes the exception to the yearly fee for smaller above ground tanks, so that all have a yearly fee of $250, or $200, I'm sorry. So Mr. Chairman, that was just a quick walkthrough of the bill, and I will pause for any questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And either to Anna or to Representative Larson, that very last one, 3511, 1425, I got lost. What kind of tanks are that? Just kind of go over that again. I don't know what kind of tanks those are.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just briefly, my understanding is these are the above ground tanks, but I do believe DEQ is available if you would like to ask them for more specifics.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I'd like to know what kind of tanks. I kind of got lost there, Mr. Chairman. Representative Larson, maybe.
Mr. Chairman, those are fuel tanks. That's part of the LESS program stuff, inspection, underground and above ground storage. Luke, is that not correct?
So, Mr. Chairman, the question is, so every farm and ranch out there that has an above ground fuel tank for their own consumption, is that going to be a part of this or not a part of this, just so we know? Because I don't even know if those are recorded, Mr. Chairman.
Nothing in ag land is recorded, Representative Summers, but I think Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, if we could have Assistant Director Ash, I think I'm confident that they're not, but maybe he can confirm that.
Yeah, go ahead, Luke.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Luke Esch, Deputy Director of DEQ, as well as the Administrator of the Solid and Hazardous Waste Division, which also oversees the underground storage tank program. Representative Summers, above ground storage tanks that are over a certain capacity that sell fuel to the public are regulated. So this does not include any fuel tanks that are associated with ag and ranch operations.
So, Mr. Chairman, maybe Representative Summers was considering including those.
Mr. Chairman, I was thinking of a fee of about $1 or $2, perhaps would be in line on that.
Okay. Further discussion, further question.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kinski.
This may have been prepared and I missed it, but a table of what the fee was, what we're proposing to raise it to, and the last time that it was raised. Did I see an exhibit to that effect floating around?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
LSO provided us all of those fees as they was getting ready to prepare this. And so you had some time ago, Senator Hinsky, a list of all the fees in the departments. And then you would have to have made a comparison with
It looks like it just showed up again from Don.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, you sound like you're in a water bucket. So I don't know what you've got going on there, but just so you know that, thank you.
I climbed out of the water bucket.
Okay, are there any amendments? Any more questions for
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the fee table that we have is good. What it doesn't tell me is the last time that it was raised. That would be helpful because, invariably we'll get calls and it's always helpful to say, well, the last time it was raised was 20 years ago or 15 years ago.
So with regards to these particular fees, can Luke or Nancy answer that question?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not asking for it now, just as to the ones that are on this exhibit we received from LSO.
Okay, Luke, go ahead and
Thank you.
answer it for these ones so we know, since we got you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, the tank fees I can comment on, and those haven't been changed since the statute was originally enacted in 1990.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. And we'll get the rest of them.
Thank you.
Okay, further questions? Are there any? Are we ready to move the bill is the question.
Move the bill.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, there is another person on over there, a Nancy something. I don't know if she's from another agency or I don't know.
She's DEQ.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And we're glad she's here. Hi, Nancy.
I used to office right next to Nancy in the AG's office.
Air quality, I believe.
And so, Anna, we talked about adding a fee component, another one for the electrical safety to this bill. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. I believe we do have DFS that is going to discuss an amendment. We have a amendment proposed by Representative Summers, and then we have the amendments that were brought up this morning on electrical safety.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move the bill.
Okay, House been moved by Representative Summers, second by Representative Olson. Discussion on the bill. Are there any amendments?
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Mr. Chairman, I guess just to dispense with mine, Mr. Chairman, it was sent out to you yesterday. I believe I sent it to everybody last night. And so, Mr. Chairman, basically, just to give you an overview, and maybe I could have Anna go through it. Maybe that'd be best since she wrote the amendment, but I'll give you the broad overview. So, Mr. Chairman, last year we did a Department of Ag fee bill, but that was for only general fund fees. When I was looking through the budget, I noticed that the department was getting rid of inspector positions in the kind of the consumer protection part in the food safety area. And so, Mr. Chairman, what this would do, and I put this in as a placeholder, I doubled fees. And so, Mr. Chairman, what this does is it goes in on food licenses, which is both restaurants and grocery stores. And it increases from 100 to 200, that initial license. And then in subsequent years, you have to re-up that license, and that would go from what was a $50 to a $100. So if you can imagine, so every Walmart grocery store would currently pay $50, they would go on to now pay $100. Every restaurant currently would go from $50 to $100. And like I said, I put that in as a placeholder. And then, Mr. Chairman, the temporary food establishments, I as well doubled from 25 to 50. And Mr. Chairman, that's basically the amendment. And other states have more nuanced fees for different size structures, all of that. I did not have time to operate. Have I correctly stated all that, Anna, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, better than I could have done.
Okay, have you made the amendment?
So, Mr. Chairman, I would move that amendment.
Seconded by Representative Walters. Discussion on the amendment. Senator Vice Chair.
Mr. Chairman, if we put this as statutes, the reason I ask this is because I think municipalities can assume primacy under the inspection program. Would these fees then be required by those municipalities that have assumed primacy for the consumer protection aspect of this? Or would they still be allowed to set a different fee level? What I want to make sure is that I would hate to see somebody in a large municipality have a much lower fee than somebody that's operating out in a very small rural area of Wyoming. So I'm just wondering if somebody can provide some edification on that. Do these mean that the municipalities that have jurisdiction would have to adopt these also?
Mr. Chairman, that's a great question.
that maybe Anna can look up. I do know they transfer, and I thought they transfer entirely, but it brings up another point, Mr. Chairman, that I was going to make. I brought this kind of, I wanted to get this before you, but we have the policy decision. We did it last year with the fee. We could leave the current fee going into this fee pot, and we could take this additional fee to the general fund, because ultimately we defray all those costs in Department of Ag anyway. So there's two ways we could do it. But Mr. Chairman, maybe Anna has that question, because I don't have that right in front of me.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to try to track that down. I don't have it in front of me right now.
So, Mr. Vice Chair, I don't see on these particular fees, I don't see any one that would have a primacy component to it.
Mr. Chairman, in fact, even my town of Pinedale has primacy, and they get their money through this fee back to them, to their health officer, to do inspections. And what I don't know is if it's statutorily the whole fee goes back. I think it is, but I am not positive on that. If we wanted to be sure, and we could just send it to the general fund, the extra fee, if that's something people want to do.
Yeah, I'm just sensitive to the issue that you may have a food distribution facility right outside of so think of a convenience store that's outside of the city limits that sells food. And so they may have a different license fee to somebody that's 2 blocks away. And I just like to see if that's what we're doing here. So for those municipalities that have assumed primacy, whether this affects their fees or not.
So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, just in the interest of time, could I could pull my motion till the end of the bill, and perhaps LSO can kind of search through statutes while we work other. Is that possible, Anna? Maybe that we could continue to look in that statute.
Well, and before we go on, it looks to me like the issue isn't primacy, because the fee would be set. And I don't think there's an alternative to modify the fee. It's just a question of where the fee goes. And if part of it goes to the general fund, or if it goes to the local entity who is administering it. So that's really a different question. Would that be fair, Anna? I mean, if we set the fee's the fee. I don't think they can modify the fee.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to send the committee the full statute right now, because it does discuss where fees collected under this section are distributed. And I can read it. It's a little long, or I can send it to the committee, but it is 357124C.
And just tell us in a nutshell what it says.
So fees collected under this section shall be distributed as follow. Paragraph 1, in any county, city, or district without a local health department established, the Department of Ag shall receive 90% of the amount of the fee collected, and the Department of Health shall receive 10%. The revenue shall be deposited into a special revenue account and shall be used to defer the costs associated with the food safety program. Paragraph 2, in any county, city, or district with a local health department, the local health department shall receive 85% of the amount of the fee collected. The Department of Ag shall receive 10%, and the Department of Health shall receive 5%. The revenue shall be deposited into a special account and shall be used to defer the costs associated with the food safety program.
So committee, my thought process on this is that let's pass this bill with the fee increase. We'll rework this bill. We'll have Representative Summers look at the distribution and come back with amendments in January, if that's his preference, or after he informs the committee on his recommendations. How's that sound?
Mr. Chairman, I'm comfortable just going after the fee right now. If you all want it in the general fund, I think just amend my amendment if you want this additional fee to go in there. But I think that lays it out. I don't think we need to.
And that only has to do with those particular fees. It's not the DEQ fees, and it's not the other ones.
Mr. Chairman, my amendment was only on this,
right,
this food service fee.
That, just clarifying.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think the question for Senator Hicks is that answered Senator Hicks's question and whether he would prefer it to the general fund or go in that direction.
So we're talking about the additional fees going above and beyond to the general fund? Yeah, I'm fine with that. I still, based on the reading of the statutes, I don't know that it's absolutely clear to me that those local jurisdictions might not have the opportunity to do something different. So if we do this, I would ask that LSO staff go ahead and just review that and give us your opinion on that. We don't have to have it today because we can correct this when we get into a session. But I just want to verify that.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to amend my amendment if my second will agree, and that this additional money, which is basically $100 on food license, $50 on the renewal, and $25, that this additional money that's being generated go to the general fund.
Is there a second? The second is agree with it, and it has been seconded. Discussion on the amendment to the amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor, raise their hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That motion passes. Back on the amendment as amended. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise their hand.
Mr. Chairman, I think we just voted on that amendment because I
Well,
withdrew.
we voted on the amendment to your amendment. Now we're back on your amendment, are we not?
Mr. Chairman, you didn't ask for those opposed on that vote?
Oh, you're right, because I counted 7. But, all those opposed to the amendment, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. Larry, are you voting twice?
I did not vote for it.
Okay. So 7-4, that amendment to the amendment passes. Now we are back on the amendment. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the amendment, raise their hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's unanimous. Any more amendments to the bill? Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm back on page 2, 713-407. And I don't know how to amend this to address my concern about the lack of knowledge about how it may be reduced or waive these fees. So my motion is going to be to eliminate section 713-407 from line 5 on page 2 to line 9 on page 3, and the corresponding reference on page 1 and lines 11 and 12. I don't think, I don't know that it would really generate that much money. And I see Jared's got his hand up and I can't wait to hear what he says, but it was all I could figure out to do. So that is my proposed amendment.
Discussion. Is there a second on the amendment?
Well, second.
Representative Summers, seconded. Representative Olson.
Mr. Chairman, I think there's a couple of ways to approach this to address Representative Schwartz's concern. It's quite possible the only amendment that you would need is just a line that says that failure to pay this fee shall not result in a probation or supervision revocation, because I think that's your concern, if I understand it right. If they don't pay the fee, you don't want them going back to jail, is basically your thought. And you could do that by just saying that can't be the punishment for not paying your fee.
Vice Chair Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I agree with that, but I would ask Representative Olson then, so what's the remedy then if somebody just says, I'm not going to pay the fee? Do you put them into the collections department? What happens then?
Mr. Chairman. Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, ultimately, I think that as drafted, I think it already has the flexibility to avoid that scenario because there's a hardship provision. So I think the people that can't afford $25 very likely they're going to end up with a hardship provision, and we're not going to have to worry about that revocation. More specifically to your question, I suppose you could fine tune that language a little so that you don't completely tie the judge's hands. You give them a little bit of latitude. You know, I don't know how much detail you'd want to go into, but you could specify how many. You could have a structure where there's an additional penalty, fine-based penalty, and after so much time of not paying, then it could be a revocation of probation.
So typically what happens is they just extend probation. So they have to be there longer, and to get off probation, unless they serve the full term, then it would expire. But that, I would say that's typically what happens. Go ahead, Mr. Vice Chair.
Yeah, and Mr. Co-Chair, and I think that for those of us that sit on the Judiciary Committee, that just costs the state more money to extend their probation. That's not what we do. So would it be some provision in there that we could garnish a percentage of their wages every month? That's when I don't want to put these people back in jail, but if it's determined and they're not a hardship, and then they say, well, I'm not going to pay, I think there has to be some remedy for that solution, and that would be maybe to allow a judge to garner future wages, just throwing something out there. But last thing we want to do is extend probation or put them back in jail for a $25 fee.
Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, I appreciate the conversation, but ultimately, I think we're creating complexities that we don't need to. I mean, we don't know how much money it's going to generate. I don't think it's all that much. I don't know why we do it at all.
Representative Olson.
And Mr. Chairman, I was just going back through my email so I could answer that initial question for Representative Schwartz on what it would generate. The department estimates that it would generate 1.5 million to the general fund on a biannual basis at the 25 at the increase.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kinski. Michael's got his hand up too.
So I think we should just leave the language alone and see how it goes. If it turns out to be a problem, we could revisit it. But the department, it's a great initiative by the department. They do have a significant financial hardship clause there. I think we should just leave the language alone. Did Representative Schwartz move an amendment to strike? There is an amendment on the floor. Yeah, on and against the amendment. I just leave it as it is, Mr. Chairman.
Michael, do you have a comment?
Mr. Chairman, I did want to let the committee know we did send this out for fiscal note. And to Representative Schwartz's question, while their budget request noted a higher revenue expectation for the fiscal note, Department of Corrections estimates about $1 million per year generated off the fees in this bill. The only other thing I would add is that they recognize that there will not be 100% collection. Their estimate was 40% collection rate, but they did not address any concerns or any elements in their response about how they would deal with non-collected revenue.
Okay, further discussion. Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. I would just add a 40% collection rate tells me right off the bat, this is a problematic piece of legislation.
Further discussion. All those in favor of Representative Schwartz's amendment, raise your hand. All those opposed? That motion fails. Back on the bill. Any further amendments?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kinski.
In my mail, I have a DFS requested amendment. Did we already cover that one, Mr. Chairman?
We have not. Do we have someone who's going to present that for us? See, Roxanne just popped in. Don?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, committee members, my name is Roxanne O'Connor, and I'm the Support Services Senior Administrator for the Department of Family Services. On Monday, Director Schmidt provided some foreshadowing about an amendment that we would be bringing forward for this bill. The reason behind our recommendation centers around the population that we screen through the central registry. Employers are able to submit applications for screening for both individuals who have access to either children or vulnerable adults. As such, our governing statute for central registry resides both in Title 14 and Title 35. The central registry processes applications in the order in which they are submitted, and we do not separate out between adults and children's screens. The suggested amendment is a request to provide consistency within both of these statutes so that if the bill does pass and the need arises for the department to promulgate rules for fee changes, those changes can be applied to both programs. Our request is to have the same conforming language in both Wyoming Statute 14.3214 for children and Wyoming Statute 35-20-116 for adults. Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to stand for questions.
Questions for Roxanne?
Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed.
Thank you. And Roxanne, I understand our director is out getting some teeth work done this morning, and so we appreciate you filling in for her and certainly excuse her from being here. But as I recall in her presentation on the budget, it was noted then that having the ability to adjust those fees would then allow you to cover the costs associated with doing the research and provide that back to employers as they make those requests.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, I think if I understand your question, you're talking about us using these revenues to support the operations of the central registry. And yes, that's the direction that we have moved to. So it's more of an enterprise type structure for the central registry. Currently, we don't need to implement a fee increase. We are able to support the central registry with what we have, but we certainly would appreciate and welcome the flexibility to do so if the need arises and the data tells us that that's the direction that we need to move.
Further questions for Roxanne? Okay, back to the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the amendment. It is, I'm not going to read the whole thing. It is in our documents for the day.
Okay. The amendment has been moved by Representative Walter, seconded by Representative Summers. Discussion on the amendment as that we've been provided to us. Seeing none and sensing the desire to vote, all those in favor of the amendment as presented, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And Senator Hicks is out. There it is. Okay, 11. That's unanimous. Back on the bill. Any further amendments? Don.
Mr. Chairman, not an amendment, but I did want to advise that I have worked with Director Reed in the intervening minutes since his testimony, and has sent you out a new spreadsheet with his recommendations highlighted in yellow for the inspection fees as well as the professional requirement fees. Recall these are up to amounts.
Do we have a motion? Representative Larson.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would propose an amendment to the fee citation in 35.9.120D to increase the inspection of residential units plus per ampere to $45 or to $45 plus per ampere at $1.15. The inspection of mobile home services to $45 with a plus per ampere of $1.15. Temporary services at 90, remodels of residential units 45, all other electrical installations 45 with a per ampere charge of 115, re-inspections at 115 plus a per ampere of 45 cents, electrical wiring permit fees at 115. And then, Mr. Chairman, I would propose that we change the license fees in 35.9.129 for electrical contractors license up to a cap of 600. A low voltage electric, and that's the way I believe that is currently listed. Mr. Richards is a cap up to. And then the lowest voltage license 300, contract the limited electrical at 300, master electrician 300, journeyman 200, low voltage technicians 200, limited technician 200, temporary working permit 65, examination fee at 400, and apprenticeship registration fee at 30.
Discussions on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment as drafted, raise your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I got that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. That motion passes. Any other amendment? Don?
Mr. Chairman, just in response to Senator Kinski's earlier inquiry, the inspection fees for fire protection and electrical services were last changed in 2005. We will have to do research on the occupational fees.
All right, were there any other amendments? Seeing none, we have an action on the bill. Question on the bill.
Question.
As amended. Question being called. Roll call, please.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is on 21 LSO 0268, agency fee revisions as amended. Representative Kinner.
Aye.
Representative Larson.
Aye.
Representative Olson.
Aye.
Representative Schwartz. Representative Schwartz, I did not catch that.
That was an aye.
Representative Summers.
Aye.
Representative Walters.
Aye.
Senator Agar.
No.
Senator Guru.
Aye.
Senator Hicks.
No.
Senator Kinski.
No.
Senator Bebout by proxy.
No.
Chairman Nicholas.
Aye, so that bill fails to be a JAC joint committee bill. Okay, do we have any other bills?
Mr. Chairman, the next item for your consideration is the state-funded capital construction.
So before we do that, Mr. Vice Chair, it appears that the dissension on the Senate has to do with one particular amendment. If that's the case, would it be worthwhile to go back and remove that amendment? Would we have more favorable results? I'm just trying to save time and effort here.
Well, let's do a little breakout and then I can come back and give you a definitive answer.
Okay, let's do that. So, yeah,
Representative Summers, if you wish to join your colleagues, I believe that they are in the breakout.
Yeah, I lost my internet. I came back. I don't know how to get back to the break room.
You should have a link on your screen, similar to what you had previously.
No link on my screen.
All right, I'll see what I can do to get you there.
Thank you.
Gosh.
Okay, Mr. Vice Chair, we are back. Looks like Representative Summers is back. Go ahead. You're muted, Larry.
Mr. Co-Chair, I think the Senate would be receptive to reconsidering that bill if we eliminated that last amendment. Just an explanation on that. We still have pretty strong concerns that this agency hasn't gone through the level of reductions or anything commensurate with what we've seen with most of the other government agencies. So, and then just seeing the increase in the fees that were, since we had a discussion this morning versus what they originally proposed, provides some concerns also. So that's kind of where we're at. If somebody would like to reopen that and remove that provision, we'd be receptive to reconsidering the bill.
Great. I think needs to be on the prevailing side of the motion to reconsider. Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I was on the prevailing side of the vote, I would move to reconsider draft 268, the fee bill.
All those in favor of the motion?
268.
Seconded by Summers. All those in favor, raise your hand. That motion carries. We're back on the bill for reconsideration. Is there a motion from the floor?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move that we delete the final amendment that was regarding the fire prevention electrical safety fee increases.
Second.
And moved and seconded. Further discussion. And so With the deletion, then we'll request the fire and electrical safety to come back to us and report to the JAC on those. And once again, my comment from yesterday, I think would carry over, Mr. Vice Chair, that we have him, when we reconvene in the next session, that on one of our committee meetings, that we have him further address the Senate's concern. Will that be all right with you?
Yes, Mr. Co-Chair.
Great. Okay, all those in favor of the motion to eliminate the last amendment regarding fire and electrical safety, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That passed unanimously. We're back on the bill. Don, can we have a roll call on the bill?
Mr. Chairman, the vote is on 21 LSO 0268 as reconsidered and amended. Representative Kinner.
Aye.
Representative Larson.
Aye.
Representative Olson.
Aye.
Representative Schwartz.
Aye.
Representative Summers.
Aye.
Representative Walters.
Aye.
Senator Agar.
Aye.
Senator Garou.
Aye.
Senator Hicks.
Aye.
Senator Kinsky.
Aye.
Chairman Nicholas.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, I did not call Senator Beebout's name, you'll note, and I would defer to our attorneys here, but I don't know that he could possibly have left a proxy on a reconsidered vote.
That's fine.
Mr. Chairman, that being said, the motion is adopted. Would this be a House bill or a Senate file?
Let's do a House.
It's a revenue raising bill. We prefer it goes to the House.
Okay, Mr. Vice Chair, it is now 10:24, so I would suggest that we take a 10-minute recess. And as soon as we come into come back in at 10:35, that we'll go to a quick breakout because the next bill up, it will be the Capcom bill.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
just, I'd really like to dispose of just a couple of motions for ETS related bills. And it's your pleasure, but it may be easier to dispose of that before we jump into Capcom, maybe right when we come back from the break.
Okay, we'll do that first.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we'll take a 10-minute break. So we're back. I do not see Senator Hicks, but what I'd like to do is go to a breakout. And the House, this will take us about 5 or 10 minutes.
Mr.
Larson, yeah, go ahead.
Were you gonna let Representative Olson take care
Oh,
of his?
yep, I'm sorry. Yep, I'm thinking ahead. So go ahead, Representative Olson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I wasn't sure if the breakout was for that, so.
No.
Okay, I just sent around an email to everyone so you could see this as I talk, but I mean, we've already talked about most of this, so it really isn't anything new. It's just a little more refined for you. So I from the Barry Dunn study, I glean, and I think most of us kind of see this coming, three actions that we can take, 3 bills. So I would, one of them's simply just to continue the engagement letter. And I think we had a pretty open discussion about that. My notes just have a place filler on how much you want to spend on that, but ultimately, Barry Dunn had a lot more that they could do. I think we all agreed with that. ETS wanted to be more involved. I think we all agree with that. And continuing the engagement letter would allow for both of those processes to occur. And we would glean a lot more information, I think, about how to move forward with some of the other recommendations, which are, one, to create a subcommittee. And I've got that detailed in my notes. I'll speak to these informal motions. And then the third is to refine some of the process by statute. And that's probably the more complicated bill, I think. And that's probably the one where I think you get it drafted based on what the recommendations came out of the report as. And then you narrow it down to where you really want it in working with ETS. And you probably, if you continue Barry Dunn, depending on when they start and how your legislation unfolds and how the session unfolds, you're able to really narrow that bill in some more. So I think the best way to do this is probably just one by one. And I would just dispose of what I think is the easiest one, Mr. Chairman, which is a motion to continue the Barry Dunn engagement letter for $250,000, and we'd be still subject to management council approval, just the same as it was in terms of the continuing the engagement letter. Sorry, seconded. And you just use, I think under that motion, Mr. Chairman, you just use the existing subcommittee to help you refine that engagement letter, and then go through management council's ultimate approval. Same process as before.
Okay, any discussion on the recommendation, or Senator Kinski?
Representative Olson, I applaud your ambition in the work, and it has merit. I guess my reaction is just, I'd say not for now. The reaction of ETS, from what I understand, is that Director Knopp says, I'm working on a lot of those things. That's the direction I was headed. I'd like to give him a chance to, absorb, digest the Barry Dunn report. And I think we ask him to come back and report on his progress and how he's doing and what he needs in terms of resources. I'd like to see that he's engaging Microsoft, Amazon, and Google in terms of looking at those cross-enterprise platforms. And so I guess I like the idea, just not for now. The one exception I'd make on the idea is I'm kind of tired of select committees, and I think we have too many select committees. I'd rather see that work go to a standing committee or a subcommittee of a standing committee. Otherwise, I like the direction you're going. I'd just like to give Director Knopp a chance to perform before we resort to bringing this.
Further discussion? So my understanding was that the Director Knopp kind of welcomed having Barry Dunn come in and be part of this. And he actually asked for it because it was facilitating his operations. It was, they were actually being of assistance to him. Am I missing something? Jared, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, sorry, I was just trying to take the motions one by one, but if Senator Kinski wants to talk about it as a whole, that's fine too. The Barry Dunn actually issued 2 responses. I'm sorry, ETS issued 2 responses to the Barry Dunn report, Senator Kinski. I reviewed those. One of them came through today. It's being numbered and you'll get it. It's a little more detail than the first response that we received on the 14th of December, but it doesn't change much. Overall, this is my summary of ETS's response. They're very welcoming of the subcommittee or select committee, whatever you want it to be. Their only request is really that they want to be a part of that. They have some idea of what it might look like, but overall they want to be a part of it. So my notes kind of detail that. You have a subcommittee, a select committee, whatever you call it. Give ETS a liaison, even give the governor a liaison or 2 if he wants them. And so they're very receptive of that. In terms of the engagement letter, in furthering the Barry Dunn study, they're receptive to that too. They just want to be more involved in the process. And I think Barry Dunn wants that too. They just didn't have the time to do it because we had a $750,000 initial bill request for an RFP that got narrowed down by management council to $250,000. So Barry Dunn couldn't do the job we originally wanted them to do. And I think you get exactly what you're saying, Senator Kinski, is what's going to happen because I think ETS wants to work through that process with Barry Dunn. We just didn't have the time to. And then on the third point, the process, ETS's response on process is that they believe they have the authority to implement the rule and reg necessary to implement the process changes that Barry Dunn suggested. And but at the same time, their ETS's response says that if we so choose to put any of that process into statute, they'll work with us on it. And ultimately, I think what I glean from their response is that they see the subcommittee as how you do all of that. If you put all of these working parts together, as long as you have this subcommittee and ETS is a part of that subcommittee, then they're able to work through what process is rule and reg, what process is statute, what is the complete scope of furthering Barry Dunn. So Senator Kinski and some, I think they have responded. They do want to work with us. They're asking for some help, and we're trying to provide that partnership.
Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would be strongly in support of the first 2 pieces of this. I think the work I won't repeat all of the things Representative Olson has said. I think we definitely need a select committee on this. Having served on the committee that picked Barry Dunn, I know that the lack of depth of knowledge that I have regarding IT things was a handicap. I mean, not that I don't think I did a good job, but I think we need to create a subcommittee of people who specifically have expertise in IT technology to be able to work on this. So a subcommittee of an existing standing committee might not be able to meet those requirements. I think the only one I'm not as sure about is the third part, which is statutory, because I think we want to wait and see what Barry Dunn comes up with in their additional work before we actually start putting things in statute. Thank you.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, so I support all 3. I think the second one, we have a select committee. I know it's like capital technology, whatever. I wonder if we really can't retool the mission for that to include that. They really don't meet that much on that many things. And I just wonder if that select committee could be given a different charge, obviously, than as the presiding officers choose, they would pick people that would be part of that charge. But then we don't create another select committee, and we better use an existing select committee. I support the first. I think that piece is critical. And I support the last, whether we wait or not. The challenge I see is ETS is not going to create rules that tells the Department of Health what to do or DFS what to do. And I worry we don't get to this coordination of a process simply by leaving it to ETS's rulemaking. And so that's why I support all three. I do support retooling an existing resisting an existing select committee. Mr.
Further comments? Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think in fairness to Senator Kinski's comments, I think we all visit with agencies and executive branches and get a takeaway from that. And the last thing I'd want to do is and I say this sincerely, I wouldn't want to bring the agency in if they thought we was heading down the wrong road here completely. I would just say that last night after we all concluded, in visiting with the executive branch, that I came away feeling that there was indeed support for movement in this direction. And so, I'm not contradicting Senator Kinski. My conversation has led me to believe differently.
So further comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator Kinski.
I don't mean to say that Gordon Knopp told me he doesn't want this. I don't mean to imply that. And so let's correct that right out the bat. I don't want to put him in that position. My feeling is any one of us here, if we were head of a department and the legislature said, hey, we're going to hire these people, this is what we're going to do. What are you going to say? Oh, I welcome that. Ultimately, I think we are entangling ourselves too much in these projects. We have an oversight function. I think we've exercised that appropriately. They came to us with some IT requests. We didn't want to approve those. We were shocked by the cost. So we brought somebody in to assess it. They recommended a process. And I think at this point, the handoff is to the executive branch and we give them a chance to perform. And if they don't, then we can bring in this degree of oversight and involvement and scrutiny. But for now, we're the legislative branch, the executive branch. We've exercised oversight. I think we give them a chance to perform before we go to this level. If they don't perform, they don't come back, something indicating that they really are heading in the right direction, then we can step it up. But for now, I think just as a manager, I say give the guy a chance to perform. That's my take on it.
Further comments? So here's my thought process on this. I concur with the concept that Senator Kinski is talking about, in that what we are trying to do, though, is almost kind of the same thing that Barry Dunn is recommending, and that is we need to kind of be together on the ground floor as we move through this process. And I think the process is, and I concur with Representative Sommers, that we go to that existing committee and kind of modify its format so that they can then take over the reins from this working group to work with and have ETS report to them on a mechanism for them moving forward with the various agencies and how they implement recommendations from Barry Dunn and how they kind of implement their processes and their relationships with other agencies. What my intent is from the day one and from the get-go is to kind of provide ETS with assistance and a helping hand to allow them to do their job as best as possible with our cooperation and kind of walking together with them, because there's this kind of a stagnation or a stutter step that has been occurring as this process goes forward. And frankly, out of most of the folks, at least on the House side, I probably have the most confidence in Director Knopp. And because I think he really is complying with the Barry Dunn. He's doing what he wants to do. He's what he thinks is right, and he's moving in the right direction. And in some things, I think we have had definitely improved practices, and we're on the road to have improved practices in the ETS operations. That being said, once again, I think that if we work together, work through this select committee, and so that there's regular reporting on what's going on and how it's happening, and so that we can kind of informally address the issues that come up in the various agencies and the needs of Director Knopp on how to best achieve his desires and implementation of his goals as an agency. We can do a better job doing that by having folks that are IT savvy and can then also bring back confidence to both the House and Senate sides and to this committee that things are moving in the right direction. And so we're not just taking pot shots, and we're not just complaining and running out and having everything looked at and evaluated. So I think we're kind of saying the same thing. Anyway, that's just kind of my 2 cents on it. Mr. Vice Chair?
Yeah, Mr. Co-Chair. So what I understand right now, we're just asking to get a bill draft out on these 3 arenas, and I'm happy to do that, to go ahead and just look at the drafts and continue this discussion. But at this point in time, I think the bill drafts just move this thing down to continue the discussion, and I think that's important. So we're not voting on legislation or we don't have a bill before us to vote on. So I'm okay with the bill draft concept at this point in time. And then if we get into it, we'll further debate whether we want to go down this road or not. But
yeah, and if you take the report that Jared just sent around and walk through it, I think we're just going to direct the working group to follow up on those 3 points and report back to us.
Yeah.
Okay. So with that, Mr. Co-Chair, Vice Chair, I think that'll be direction from the chairs to the working group.
So Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
So Mr. Chairman, I heard 2 different things, I think. I'm not sure. So I thought Senator Hicks said, let's get the bills drafted. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with getting a draft so we've got something concrete in front of us to work off of. If we want to go down there, I think, we'll debate the merits and then vote it up or down. And so, but I like to have something concrete that we can work off of. And so I'm okay with the bill draft if we want to go down that road.
Well, and also, I agree with Representative Olson. We made some specific recommendations that all of us asked those questions to Barry Dunn, and they said we hamstrung them to answer those questions. So what the working group can do is go back to our original request, walk through those recommendations, and then when we consider a bill draft, come back with us and say, this is what Barry Dunn would like to do. This is what ETS agrees or may not think is useful, and then make that recommendation to us at the same time as they make a recommendation on any type of bill draft.
So, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So are you saying go ahead and allow them to draft some bills or not?
Yes. We'll let that working group formulate what that bills would look like with ETS and bring it back to this group. Representative Schwartz, and then Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious on the first step, do we even need to draft a bill based on the changes that were made by management council? I think we've already got everything we need. We just need management council to authorize it.
Yeah, I think we need to articulate it in a more succinct fashion, though, to refine the EL as he points out in point 3 of the top of it. Jared?
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, just to be clear then, so I think it sounds like what we're doing is we're directing LSO to draft the bills as outlined, but it sounds like we only need 2 bills. And then you're directing that subcommittee to take those bill drafts and work with ETS to get them to a place to be presented to the JAC.
Yes.
Okay. And the only going back to Representative Schwartz's question on the first point, which is the continuation of the engagement letter, I think the funding is the issue, though, which is why I thought a bill was necessary. Or maybe Management Council just has to go back and reauthorize that. I'm not sure. But the issue was we passed, I can't remember if it was a budget in the budget or a bill, but we authorized $750,000 for that study, and Management Council chopped it to $250. And so Barry Dunn responded to an RFP based on the limited finances, but the original scope was still originally presented to them.
Don?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Olson, I believe when Management Council made those reductions, we have reverted that additional $500,000 as part of the legislature's budget reductions. So there is no more money available that would require or necessitate an additional appropriation.
Representative Summers.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Olson, it'd be my suggestion that as you look to either create a new select committee or retool the existing one with statute, that you put the appropriation in that bill. It's pretty common to put an appropriation in a committee, in a bill that creates a committee like that for a specific purpose. And then you'd have it there, I think.
Mr. Chairman, so yeah, there's 2 appropriations. One for the committee, that's a couple $1,000, $30,000 to do its interim work. But the Barry Dunn engagement letter, they've used all the money that we appropriated them. So if we want Barry Dunn to do any additional work, we have to pay them. And if I understood Don correctly, that's already reverted. So we would need some type of legislative action to reappropriate money in order to continue that engagement letter.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Yeah, Don, my recollection is that original appropriation was part of the feed bill. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, I believe it was part of the budget bill.
It was part of the budget bill. All right.
So what we need to do is, we need to make a specific request to Management Council, and what we need to do is review that request before it goes out and make sure that it's consistent with what we asked for and come to grips with a number. So to do that, I would suggest, Jared, that you put that together and bring it to the Vice Chair and the Chair, and then we'll get the consensus to allow us to let that letter go out once we review it. Will that work?
That'll work, Mr. Chairman, and then
and Larry, we'll recirculate that amongst the House and Senate, and then we can confer on it.
And I'll assume LSO, I'll get my notes to LSO to begin drafting legislation on the other points then that don't deal with Management Council.
Okay, let's do that. Anything else, Michael?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to clarify, and I'll defer to Don. I believe there was a motion that was seconded. Is that motion withdrawn?
So withdrawn.
Okay, further discussion. All right, please proceed in that direction, Representative Olson. Thanks for your work. Anything else? Larry, is there anything else you wanted to do before we jump into Capcom?
Now let's get with the program.
All right. I think we're going to take a 10-minute sidebar, and I don't think it'll take us any longer than that. Larry, what we did was Representative Larson and I worked through the bills this morning early, and so we want to acquaint the House members with what we did. And then so as soon as we do that, we'll come back and then we'll present the amendments.
Well, Mr. Co-Chair, we just assumed that your other members didn't know what you did. But
yeah,
we have no control over that. I'm just saying our preference would be.
Senator Drew.
Senator Drew.
Thank you. If you could so enlighten us, since just before you go, which sheet were you working off of when you had that discussion? So we could work off the same sheet, so we might be able to be moving in the same general direction.
You bet. So what we took the July bill. The easiest way for us to do is we took the July bill and we took that comparison sheet that Don put together and circulated last night, and we walked down through those two pieces of those two documents, and we kind of cross-pollinated it to make sure that we got all the things that we wanted in July and anything that we wanted to take out, and then we addressed the governor's requests as they're outlined in that comparison between the July a special session bill and the governor's current request.
So, Mr. Chairman, it was the one that Leanne Hogue, I think, prepared yesterday, and that's just got a good comparison between the bill that we seen in Agency 227, the governor's CapCon bill, and the bill that we put together last July.
Okay, so that the sheet dated 12/17/2020, 6:05 p.m. in the lower right hand.
Yes.
I just want to make sure. Okay.
Okay. Okay, we'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
You talking to me or Representative?
Uh,
Perry?
I'm back.
Either one. I didn't, Representative Stiff had somebody pop into his screen kind of unexpectedly. I'm wondering if we should put the X on his camera until he unXs it. Thank you.
Okay, are we back?
Mr. Chairman,
Senator, there you go.
I was going to say I've had a few surprise pops today too. It's not necessarily a bad thing. It keeps you on your toes.
All right. So committee, we're back. It's 11:30. So what we'd like to do now is move to the CapCon bill. And just for sake of expediency, what I'd like to do, Mr. Vice Chair, is have Representative Larson kind of walk the committee through basically starting with our bill back in July with a special, and compare that with the Gov's Recs and any other amendments then from either side as we move forward. So Representative Larson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so committee members, what I'll do is we'll take the governor's request and then our JAC bill, and I'll present to you a hybrid of the two. And would just remind you that some of these things, of course, go back to the CapCon bill from our last legislative session. In the first two, the Flex Fund and the SBC Contingency Fund, in visiting with Don this morning, he said those really, the
Chairman,
nine.
you're on page 4 of the bill.
No, I'm on. So, Mr. Chairman, again, I would use Ms. Hoag's comparison sheet that we talked about earlier.
Okay.
So that we can see a side by side. And then if we need to go into detail of the bill, Senator Kinski, if that's all right. We just thought this would be easier.
Sure.
Yeah. And so there's two amounts there, the 9,000 in the contingency fund, which would allow the Department of Construction to use in as needed for construction projects unanticipated, and the 3 million that we show on the Flex Fund that we talked about earlier for that addresses the connector at the Capitol should all be up in the Flex Fund. That's where appropriately it should be. And so we would recommend moving having a total amount of 10 million up in the Flex Fund, and the funding would remain the same.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Question, Raygard, or Drew?
Please.
I'm sorry, Representative Larson, you said we're talking about the SBC Flux Fund, $3 million. And then you said something about the connector. Could you elaborate on that?
So if you're, yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senator Guru. Recall we talked about the connector, stormwater connector at the Capitol on that street in front of the Capitol, and we funded that. And we were appropriating some money in this bill last year to reimburse for the costs associated with that.
So this was, Mr. Chairman, if I can, just to make sure I'm clear. So this is the 26th Street Storm Interceptor, work with Cheyenne City to get that so we make sure we don't flood the cut. Correct?
Correct.
That's
Yeah, and just to follow up on that, in our July bill, that was on page 7 and 8, we allocated 3 million for that in follow up with the city. And from discussions earlier, that number is now 1.6, I believe.
Okay.
And so we're going to modify that amount down, the 3 million down to 1.6.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
based on the spreadsheet, it says in the LSO 20 version 1 that we allocated 2.125 million out of SIPA.
So, Larry, I think that's not for the interceptor.
Yeah, that's
That
a
was our compromise on the floor in
Yeah.
July, reducing the funds
get
for
to
the
that.
capital, for the first few steps of the capital.
All right.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Yes, Senator Kinsky.
so let's back up. Before we got off onto the sewer, you were talking about flex and contingency combined 11 million.
Yes.
So, and again, I've got the sheet, but I've got the bill at my right hand. Okay.
Right.
The bill had something called contingency. It did not have anything called flex. So ultimately, Representative Larson, when we get to the markup, do you just want to say it's contingency / flex and make it a grand total of how much?
11.
So why wouldn't we just do the governor's rec on the flex fund and the governor's rec on the contingency fund?
So we're trying. So again, really, all we've done here in visiting with our staff this morning on the contingency fund, the question was, do we have these in the right place to use them as designed? The answer was no, we do not. So that's why we're moving this 9 million up into the flex fund to where it's putting it in its proper bed is really what we're doing there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And I apologize for not explaining that very well.
So, Mr. Chairman, then are you flip-flop, if I may?
No.
Please.
Are you flip-flopping then so that the contingency now becomes 3?
No, we are having a sum total of 11 million up in the flex fund account.
Okay, so we're zeroing out contingency fund.
That's correct.
11.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
if I may, I'll just clarify for Senator Kinsky. We're not zeroing out the contingency fund. We are zeroing out the appropriation amount to the contingency fund. I believe there is still going to be some money left in there that the department has historically carried over and whatnot. So don't think that the contingency fund is gone. It's just zeroing the appropriation requested.
Thank you.
In this bill. Okay.
Thank you.
So then moving down to our next one on the military National Guard stuff, I think the only thing that we're going to change there is language. You'll recall the conversation we had where it was designated in the bill to be to go to Lovell, and the military department has indicated that we're going to use it in Sheridan, and we're just going to clean that language up to show that it's going to be used in Sheridan rather than Lovell. Now, the next 3 or 4 in here really come back to a question to our Senate colleagues. We would, if we adopt, and we recommend adopting the state parks recommends on the Gov's recs, but that was contingent back on from the discussion yesterday on what they were going to use it for. State Parks has sent that out. We assumed that that's been reviewed, and as we work the bill, you can let us know how that works, but that's just referring back to, but as our recommendations would be to use the numbers in the governor's bill.
Yeah, and Mr. Co-Chair.
Go ahead.
Specific to state parks, I think maybe we'd be receptive if we pull that language out of our existing bill, reserving $3 million for a Hot Springs State Park. So it would be to continue to move that was in the original bill. It's that we had in the session. It's in the current draft bill that we passed in July. And we want that continued to be moved forward in this bill, or otherwise, I don't think we're interested in obligating any of the special revenues for state parks.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I may, Vice Chairman Hicks, so if I understand you correctly, And I recall that. Can you remind me in our JAC bill, what page that was on? Is
Mr.
that
Chairman, members of the committee, it appears on page 5, footnote number 2, beginning on line 10.
Yeah, there it is.
And so,
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
please,
just for clarity, Vice Chairman Hicks, you want that language to remain in the bill, correct? You started out by saying pull it out and then circled around to leave it in. So I just want to be clear, you want to leave it in?
It would stay in, associated with that $5.4 million appropriation.
Perfect. Thank you for the clarification, sir.
so that's contingent upon the use of those funds.
Yeah, the only other one that we're not enamored with would be the Wyoming Territorial Prison.
So could, Mr. Vice Chairman, as we move forward then and come back on amendments, would that be an appropriate time for you to?
Yeah, we can do that there.
Okay, I've got it checked. So then,
Okay, so let me clarify for me what we just got it checked on. Tell me what we just did there.
So
we said we're no on the territorial prison. So we'll amend that when we come to the consideration of the bill. Is that what you were saying? That is. Okay.
So on the level 1 and level 2 studies, if you'll look at the difference, we're going to go with the updated version of the governor to include the 899,800. And you get to that number, if you look at the sheet that Senator Steinmetz provided for us the other day, there was 750, and then we included a Department of Corrections study for another 149,800. And that's where we come up with the 899,800. And we would adopt, our recommendation is to do that. Then I'm going to ask for a little help here on the colleges from Mr. Richards a little bit. As you recall, we didn't have any of those in our bill, but had anticipated allowing the colleges to use their funds. When we got the governor's bill back, he, particularly at CWC in Jackson and in Sheridan, gives them authority which does not require any appropriation, but then he provides funds out of SIPA to start moving forward and deletes use of their private funds and their any general funds, which is a little, as you read that, it's a little wonky. We would accept that, but Mr. Richards, if you could explain, we asked him because we had a hard time understanding that and really what the governor's language meant, and he had recommended some language to clarify that. So Don, if we could get you to help us on that, I'd be grateful.
Mr. Chairman, working off of Leanne's sheet, I think there are 2 issues here. The first is the CWC Jackson Outreach Property Exchange, as well as the NWCC-D Sheridan Gift Acceptance. Those appeared in both the bill that was adopted this summer, as well as the governor's recommendation. So I think those are equivalent in both. Excuse me. Then there are a number of projects, the Jackson Outreach Center Level 3, the Powell or Northwest College Student Level 3, the LCCC RAC renovation, and the Sheridan Tech and Applied Science Level 3. All of those are in the governor's recommendation at a significantly reduced amount. The impact of the governor's recommendation is A, it authorizes those programs. B, it provides a modest amount of funding to initiate and start some work on those. That work might just be sewer, water, land development. It might be continued architectural level 3 design. It is in all cases insufficient to complete the entire program. But another impact of the governor's recommendation is no specified authority, limitation, or any level of authority to use local resources, whether that comes in the form of bonds, revenue bonds, dormitory or residence hall, student fees, gifts, or internal funds. The community colleges could individually go out and expend essentially whatever they could afford to put towards those projects.
Representative Summer or Schwartz.
I'm sorry, now I'm confused, Don. So I thought I heard you say at first that the governor did not authorize any use of private resources other than the SIPA designation, but then at the end, I thought I heard you say the opposite. So because I mean, for the Jackson one, I think we would like to be able to use some of at least matching private funds up to the 3.8 million if we could.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, sorry to confuse things. He does not authorize, but the community colleges by statute do not need authorization. So they technically could go in and they could add $100 million for a 500,000 square foot arena if they wanted to, once you approve it.
Yeah, that was the 100 million was the number I was thinking.
So, Mr. Richards, do they have
Me
to
there,
come back for any other approval to expand those private funds once we give them the authority to build?
Mr. Chairman, I believe it requires the approval of their local boards of trustees.
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Okay, so let me try this one more time, Don. Now that Andy's clear, I'm confused. I heard you say community colleges don't need authorization. They could build a 100,000 square foot building once you approve it. So try me one more time. I'm going to try extra hard to understand this time.
Sure. Historically, you have approved both the local resources as well as state resources. This is the first time that I've seen where the governor is only approving a small amount of state resources. And by being silent on any local resources, they're essentially unlimited. The limitations being what is realistic. In some communities, very little could possibly be raised. In other communities, larger amounts have been raised. The community colleges do need an approval, a legislative approval to proceed with the project, even if it's $1. As soon as they get that approval, then they can proceed with use of their own local resources as they see fit.
So Don, is there typically on certain occasions we have requirements that, for example, on UW, that the project has to be fully funded before they can use or have access to funds before they can start construction, so you don't have a half-finished project. And so what my concern is that, and what typically do we do in that situation? And like all of these projects in the original bills have a value of the project. So it's, you know, it's a $20 million project for the rack. And so there's a cap, there's a top amount, end amount as well. So if we want to address that issue, what's the proper mechanism to do it?
Mr. Chairman, you've used two mechanisms in the past. Number one, you have, and I think candidly Representative Walters has the most experience with this, you have limited the use of local resources or the use of state resources contingent upon raising local resources. It's been a 50-50 ratio in the past, but in these current programs, it might have to be $4 of local resources for every $1 of state resources. The funding approved here is a fraction of the total cost of these facilities.
So Mr. Chairman.
Well, go ahead and finish, Don.
The second issue is If you wanted to impose a cap, you have not done that previously, other than to authorize a specified amount of local resources. So one way of doing that, and let's just take the first Jackson Outreach Center at 3.8 million, and I'm just going to round. Let's assume that's a $20 million facility. You could put $16.2 million of local resources. We call it private PR. And then the total would be $20 million. That's not the way the executive elected to proceed this year.
Mr. Chairman?
Kevin?
In the CapCon book in column 2, there is a total project cost. So you can see what the governor made the recommendation, and you can see the variance, but you could use column 2 as the limit.
In 227, you're referring to.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Okay, Senator.
Page 8, Kevin, for clarification, page 8 of 227.
Yeah, I'm correct.
Mr. Chairman.
Please, go ahead, Senator Kinski.
So, and I'd ask this to Don or anybody who knows, let's say Teton County, Sheridan County, Natrona, Cheyenne, they wanted to build a $20 million community college facility, and that they didn't want any state money. They were just going to go out and raise a bond. Do they have to come to us for anything, or do they just go do it?
Mr. Chairman, they have in the past gone and done it. I can think of 2 institutions that did that. They are not eligible for major maintenance going forward because it is not an approved project.
Okay. So if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
If somebody, Cheyenne theoretically wanted to float a bond for the RAC, and they were going to pay for the whole thing out of the bond, all we have to do is say it's okay, and then later it's on major maintenance. That's the rule. Okay. Thank you. That helps. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Don, the caveat there is authority. If they build it without authorization from the legislature, they forego major maintenance. If they
Right.
if
think
they
that's what he just said.
they build it, yeah, okay, just got it. Okay. I hope that made me feel better that I was not the only one having trouble there. So that's where.
So Lloyd, let me interrupt just for a second. Kevin, while you're there, I mean, could you just kind of clarify what the thought process is with the governor's recs? It looks like they're basically funding like 1/4 versus half or 55%. But could you help us out on what the intentions of the governor is on his recs?
Mr. Chairman, it really comes down to the scarcity of funding, the COVID impact. We want to encourage the development and the ongoing process of these projects. We want to assist the funding in them. But in the final review of this, the question becomes what's truly available from the private revenue sources above what we have available to provide them to keep the projects going. I did have a conversation with Dr. Codwell, and none of the community colleges at this point in time have bowed out of going forward with working on these projects into the future.
And so this kind of dovetails with that select committee on community colleges. As part of that process is modifying how we fund buildings to make it more of the responsibility on the locals versus the current process. So it's kind of a stepping into that in that arena, it appears to me.
It is the scarcity of resources, but the value of the community colleges or the facilities is driving the need for us to look at this from a different lens.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kinski.
I believe it was you the other day who made some mention that, and I think it was in this context, correct me if I'm wrong, that if they're raising resources for these buildings, they should raise the sinking fund as well. Was that something that you had mentioned, or is that bit of genius I'm misattributing to you?
I'm not sure what you mean by the sinking fund.
Well, to cover the maintenance.
Well, I know, but I did, actually, you're right. I did have a discussion that we need to re-examine our funding model for community colleges to create an incentive to downsize, in fact. But if you continue to expand, that they would have a skin in the game on major maintenance.
Okay, and the reason that it struck a resonant chord with me, Mr. Chairman, is I was impressed. I was doing research on the optional cap tax, the capital facilities tax. Riverton, when they built a hospice, as part of that bond issue, they raised enough money to put together a maintenance fund to take care of it for the life of the facility. And I've always thought that was a good model.
Yeah, I would agree. And I just think that's one more of the things that we're going to have to address going forward.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you. We'll move on. Our next line is what we had in the governor's bill for $25 million for the University of Wyoming.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I don't think, what did we resolve on community colleges?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, what we are proposing is that those community colleges will be in the bill, and with some additional language on each of those that indicate that they can proceed with their private funds as they can.
Up to the amount in column 2, because I think we need to cap it.
Okay, and Mr. Chairman, this is what the House is proposing, just to make sure I am clear.
That's correct.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, did you want to include that they would raise enough to cover the major maintenance or not as part of that proposal?
I don't have a proposal one way or the other on that.
Okay.
But Don, could you give us a number of what that is broken out for the capital projects?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not 100% sure what you're asking. The total amount of SIPA funds for the 5 projects would be $27,248,063 if you're approving all 5 of those. I would note that the last one, the Western Wyoming Community College, is 100% state funded. That's a major maintenance issue.
So the 27 million is the governor's most recent recommendation.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So to make sure that I'm clear, I thought what Representative Larson said is that the proposal from the House was to authorize those communities to proceed just with their own resources. So what does it matter what the SIPA total is? Did I misunderstand?
Yes, you did. Mr. Chairman, it was to follow GovRec.
In other words, fund about 1/4 or 1/5 of the project through SIPA, and the remainder would be other resources.
And then committee, there's also in our bill, and we'll need to ask Dawn the question on this. In our bill last July, we had $350,000 for Northwest College in Gillette for a level 2 study. That's absent in the governor's bill, and I'm not sure if where that stood. Dawn, was that just denied in the governor's request?
Mr. Chairman, I'll double check. I don't believe it appears in the governor's request. I would note your bill, it was 100% other funded, meaning local resources. Michael,
Right.
Can you get it as?
Mr. Chairman, it is in the budget request and it is denied by the governor.
And so our bill would allow them to use their own funds to proceed with that level 2 study. And maybe we can get a little more enlightenment on that as we work the bill. Then we're down to the University of Wyoming. We would delete the 25 million for Corbett Pool or the stadium. We would authorize the construction of law school for a total of 25 million and appropriate 12.5 million of SIPA dollars and require the remaining funds to be generated by the college. Okay. The next two are Department of Correction requests, and we would follow Gov's recs on that with the Women's Center and the Honor Farm. The one following that was the Department of Health Facility Demolition Committee. Just a reminder is there's some thought from that there will come a time in history when we do have to demolish the old historic, some of the old historic buildings in Evanston, and were contemplated. You'll recall initially that was a $10 million request. It was reduced down to $1 million, and we just zeroed it out and would not request any funding for that at this time. The next one is to the state facilities construction. This is the remaining $4 million. You'll recall that we talked about last year in session of known asbestos bills. That finished up the known asbestos bills. And when asbestos abatement took place, we told the legislature that those bills would come to them as known actual costs. The first year we had one appropriation, and then this finishes that out. To Senator Co-Chairman Hicks' question earlier on the Capitol Square preservation, the 2.125 is this was for the establishing the committee. It's the oversight in the bill, and on our bill it's found on page 8 and 9. The wayfaring and direction within that, I think, if memory serves me correctly, that we had a discussion in session last year of that being around $4 million, and as we arm wrestled the two bodies, we settled at this 2.125, and we would move forward with that. And then you'll recall the last one on this list here is $250,000, and that was for LSO to use to address the window dressings. You'll recall in our JAC hearings when as the sun came up, the folks sitting there were under interrogation from
blinded by the light.
So that's what that was for. There are two items on this that one is in the bill and was in our bill, and it's $775,000, and this goes back for building out the Chancery Court. Kind of goes back to the discussion we had with the Senate earlier in the budget hearings on what to do with building that out. And this is that appropriation was denied in the governor's, and we would put that back in. And then the last one that is not shown on the list because there's no appropriation was one we talked about in our July meeting, where the Department of Family Services had an appropriation to renovate a building that is being vacated at the Life Resource Center. It was called the McGee Building, or is called the McGee Building. When bids came in for the project, the bids were too high. The administration for the WLRC, when they move into new construction, will be vacating a building, and with some modification could be used, and we redesignate those funds from the McGee Building to the Emerson Building. And that was one we talked about.
Emergency one?
Yeah,
the one you.
What was the dollar value on the McKee building?
I don't.
1.8.
1.8, isn't it?
Yes. And that's money that's already there. It's no new dollars. So we're reappropriating the funds.
And
Where do
Senator,
are those funds sitting right now in the State Building Construction Department account?
they are. And our legislation had them designated for that. The what it will take to move them onto campus is they will have to do some divisions in the building. The buildings, and it's recently had some major maintenance stuff, so it's got new windows, it's got a new roof, but they're going to have to do some building inside, establish a parking lot, and some things like that. Initial projections from the Department of Construction, as they've looked at that, is that it is adequate to take care of everything.
So, Mr. Chairman, follow up on that.
Go ahead.
Do we have cost estimates for all of this stuff? My concern is that, you know, this becomes 1.8 reallocate and then come back for another 1.1 and then it's another $500,000. And so do we have SBC cost estimates for everything they need to do? And so what are those relative to the 1.8?
I don't have that at my fingertips, but we can, and I'm happy to provide those to you. But yes, indeed, we did. We took the 1.8 is that came up and said, can we do what needs to be done with the 1.8? And they went out with that analysis.
Yeah,
and,
level 2.
And it's deemed to be adequate to take care of the needs.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Go ahead.
We got 1.8 for the Life Resource Center. We have another 4 million for Life Resource Center for asbestos. And then in the flex fund, we've got 8 or 9 million more for the Wyoming Life Resource Center. Have I following that right?
No.
Okay, what am I missing?
So the reallocation that we've got here is not for the 1.8 is not for the benefit of the Life Resource Center. When you'll recall Senator Kinski, when we discussed that when construction started or when we anticipated construction at Life Resource Center, we knew that there would be a number of buildings that would be vacated. The direction back to the facility task force was, so can any of those buildings be repurposed and used to house other agencies in the area? And that's indeed what we're doing with this, is moving Department of Family Services away from lease space and moving them into a building.
So, Mr. Chairman, it's a building at the Life Resource Center, but it's not for the Life Resource Center.
You are correct.
But it's another 1.8 million going into the Wyoming Life Resource Center. Do we know what from get-go to now, how much we put into the Wyoming Life Resource Center to the nearest 10 million?
We know it to the absolute penny.
Okay. What is it roughly?
We have to pull up the charts, but it's
I don't know.
85 million, something like that. And still going.
Yeah.
But they did a cost analysis on the McKee building and whether or not and how long it would take the rents and what they currently pay to cover these expenses. And when it was presented to us, in the long run, this was clearly a better option in terms of ongoing cost to the agency.
Representative Larson, Chokehammer and Nicholas. Representative, how old is this McKee building?
So the McGee building is, because I know that it gets confusing. The McGee building is where the original appropriation was to, built like Fort Knox. Yet the bids the effort to do it came back too high. This would move the appropriation to a building that can be done. The name of the new building is the Emerson Building. I want to say 40s.
Two buildings are right next to each other, basically. This one was a better candidate to remodel.
Well, yeah, other than it just throws a red flag out if it's right next to ones that we've had this explosion in budget dealing with asbestos. When they get in there and start remodeling this thing, they're most likely going to run into the same thing. It'd be my concern.
I believe we had an evaluation of that exact issue, and that's one of the reasons why we're here. Isn't that right, Lloyd?
Well, and it's kind of a different issue, if I may, Mr. Chairman and Vice Chairman Hicks, is the asbestos that we've seen in redoing the others is when we've done the soil disturbance, and that won't be required here. There's no doubt that there's transite in just about all of that topsoil around there. We don't have to do any of that at this building.
Where was it? I guess my question was mostly that asbestos was used as either insulation around pipes or inside the building that contaminated the soil. Is that, I mean, it just didn't show up. It's not endemic.
No, well, no. So so just a quick history. because I know you want to get, when they started doing the excavation, when the contractor started doing the excavation on the first building up there, they got putting along and they just about had the foundation excavated when they came upon a building that had been raised and buried. So one of the early buildings been raised and buried.
Okay.
When
All
they,
right.
well, no, because so then when they got looking at that, they found some friable asbestos, to your point, pipe insulation, something. So they mitigated that. And then our industrial hygienist said, we need to look around. Well, they started finding pieces of transite, and the transite was siding that, you know, you've seen it on the older homes in our communities, kind of that cementous held
Yeah.
together by asbestos side, and it was scattered through that. Well, the question was, so how did that get there? Because we're looking at brick buildings and asbestos shingles. So where does all the transite come from? And it's scattered through there. Well, as they got exposing and digging down other foundations, as you well know, you could see the disturbed soil from the excavation, and then you could come up and you could see a layer of old topsoil, maybe a foot deep.
And hauled in there.
Then you could see all of this fill dirt. So when they had done construction to get to the specific grades of the foundation, then they had to bring in fill dirt to get all the landscaping done. And it appears to us that all of that was probably, you know, back in the 40s or 50s, that was another construction site and from other buildings, and had a bunch of that transite in there.
And so our friends at the DEQ cost us about $3 or $4 million for that transite that you can put in your mouth and swallow and doesn't hurt you at all. It's not friable, but that's all water down the bridge, and it's very painful.
We're not laying blame. It was there, and we handled it. The state's required to handle it as like anybody else, but it's been a difficult, spent a lot of money to move dirt.
All right, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, that's the end of my oration. I apologize for taking as long as I did. So I think the question would be is if the bill wants to be moved, and then it's in your lap.
All right, we have motion on the bill.
Move the bill.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
we're going to have a little breakout to go over, you know,
Yep,
the
I agree.
recommendations on this. So what I would suggest is maybe we want to break for lunch. And then I don't know if you want to incorporate that into a breakout session, but we could come back and go through your proposed recommendations and then get back with you on that. But I'm not ready to work the bill yet until we have a chance to go through your proposals.
You bet. So let's take an hour for lunch. And Larry, what you could do, if you do you want to take a breakout as soon as we get back, or do you want to break out now and then break for lunch? What works easiest for you guys?
What I would prefer to do while this is fresh on our feeble minds is a breakout now and then come back, let's see, 12:15. I guess it's going to take us 15 to 30 minutes to get through this. So it would be to come back so you guys can have a break. Let's see, it'd be 1:15, 1:30. So let's say 1:30 reconvene.
Okay, let's just do that.
And then
And if you have questions, then just give us a call, or we'll have Lloyd come in and we'll just tell us what you need.
Call me if you have a question on what I said, Larry.
Okay. So Karen, if you could set up a breakout for the Senate right now. All right, let's go, gentlemen.